Turn on the mics. All right.
Welcome to the Welcome to the May 15th special called public hearing of the Greenville City Planning Commission for the Greenville Development Code and Zoning Map. My name is Meg Terry and I serve as the chairperson of the commission. I'm an architect and live in the North Main area of Greenville. At this time, I will ask the other members in attendance to introduce themselves. Derek?
My name is Derek Enderlin. I'm an attorney. I live in the Colonel Elias Rural Historic District.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Martinez. I'm an architect and I live in the North Main neighborhood.
I'm Diane Eldridge. I'm retired with a background in conservation and planning. I live in the Parkins Mill area.
Jeff Randolph. I live in the West End, real estate developer.
Pamela Adams, probably development in the West Road area.
Pam, you don't want to turn your microphone on? Is it? Okay.
Lynn Soulsby, I'm a civil engineer and I live in the Augusta Road area.
Thank you, Lynn. We are volunteers appointed by City Council to serve on this board. Responsibilities of the Planning Commission include preparing the comprehensive plan, conducting public hearings, and making recommendations to City Council on amendments to the zoning ordinance and map. The Planning Commission also takes action on preliminary subdivision plats, plans for multifamily development, and final development plans. If you've not already done so, there is an agenda for today's meeting at the door. The meeting will be conducted in the following manner. The commission will hear a report from planning staff. Any member of the audience wishing to comment that has signed up will be given 3 minutes to do so. And please be ready to hear your name and be on deck to speak. We have a lot of speakers tonight. So for the sake of everybody here, let's just make sure we're doing that as you hear your name called. And they will be given 3 minutes to speak. Consider appointing a spokesperson if there are multiple people wishing to speak. And out of respect for others' time, please do not repeat information already presented by someone else. If you have different information, you may share that after the previous speaker has finished. At the conclusion of the public hearing, the commission may allow the applicant time for rebuttal. Board members may ask questions of the applicants or speakers. These questions will not count toward the time limit. All comments and questions must be directed to the chairperson, who will respond or direct the question to the appropriate party for response. Any written comments submitted to the planning office before the meeting have been given to the commission and will be considered in its decision. After all comments are offered, the chairperson will close the public hearing portion of the meeting, and the commission will discuss and evaluate the information presented in the context of the requirements of the city code. The commission will usually render a decision on the item at this meeting. However, due to the large number of public speakers, the public hearing may be continued to a date certain. If this is necessary, we will share the time and location of the public hearing continuance. The public hearing would be recessed and then resumed to receive comments from those that did not speak today. However, it is our goal to hear from everyone this evening. Thank you all for being here. Please make sure your cell phones are placed in silent mode, and welcome to the meeting. Austin, can we have roll call?
Yes. Diane Eldridge. Mike
Yes.
Martinez.
Here.
Lynn Soulsby.
Here.
Jeff Randolph.
Here.
Derek Underlin.
Here.
Pam Adams. And Meg Terry.
Here.
We have a quorum of 7 members.
Okay. This time we will have staff report. You had to go the long way.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. On behalf of the City of Greenville and the Planning Department, it is a pleasure to present the new Greenville Development Code and zoning map before you this afternoon. It's been a long time and a lot of work to get to this point. really beginning with the comprehensive plan update almost 5 years ago. The new development code is part of the implementation of Greenville 2040. As we have demonstrated repeatedly, the new code truly reflects the goals, policy, and overall vision of Greenville 2040 as expressed by the Steering Commission, Greenville Community Planning Commission, and City Council. There are a few items that I would like to discuss today. The commission is familiar with this material, and we want to provide as much time as we can for public comments. You'll be happy to hear that there are no additional changes as part of this presentation. We posted those online for the commission and the public to see on April 28th. Of course, Planning Commission may have additional changes it may request as part of its motion to City Council. I have some additional remarks to make as part of the city's rebuttal, but that will come after the public comment portion of the meeting. With that, we will get started. Austin, next slide. The draft code and zoning map was initially released on January 25th. The city hosted numerous public events that week, including open houses, coffee with the code, lunches with our review boards and neighborhood presidents, and a half-day workshop with City Council at the Unity Park Welcome Center. In February, we launched our World Tour of Greenville. Staff presented at many evening neighborhood meetings and conducted numerous daytime meetings throughout February and in March. We received over 250 comments to the public input email address created for this project. Staff reviewed and evaluated each proposed change for its consistency with Greenville 2040, the overall code framework, effects on other property, accepted planning and urban design principles, and other criteria. Revised drafts of the code and zoning map with changes incorporated were posted online and publicly noticed March 15, 2023. All of the changes recommended since are in reference to the March 15th draft of the code. Next slide, thank you. Planning Commission conducted its first meeting and received public comments on March 30th. The hearing was recessed until the public hearing continuance on April 11. At that meeting, staff received much valuable input from the commissioners. We want to take this moment to thank you and truly appreciate you for your careful review and thoughtful analysis of the draft code and map. The April meeting, as you are aware, was continued until today. In addition to posting the comprehensive document of all staff recommended modifications on April 28th, the city updated the interactive map. We also added new resources to the project website that include additional resources for anyone wanting to learn more about the code. Staff also continued to answer questions and meet with anyone interested in the code this entire time period. Next slide. As you know, public outreach and engagement is of utmost importance to the city of Greenville. This slide presents some of the engagement efforts that the city conducted throughout the update process for the new development code. Our outreach included public meetings, online surveys, a dedicated projects website, and I will note that those are unique page views, meaning different users that access those pages, not repeat customers. And as of today, I think we've had 26,000 views to that site. Social media, drop-in sessions and learning labs for the community to learn about the new code, monthly updates at board and commission meetings, public workshops with City Council, including the City Council retreat, and of course, our required public notice, including the mailed postcards and over 1,000 signs posted throughout the community. I want to thank the City of Greenville staff who went above and beyond the state of South Carolina requirements in any peer communities undergoing a similar code rewriting process. Every day for the last 5 months, our staff has met with property owners, neighborhood associations, advocacy groups, developers, and many others to share information about the code and receive feedback. We counted over 1,500 attendees at these meetings, even though the actual number is likely higher. Austin, next slide. As mentioned, the new development code is an important part of implementing the city's comprehensive plan, Greenville 2040, which was adopted in early 2021. Greenville 2040 is the policy document that provided the overarching framework for the new code. The 3 priorities of affordable housing, open space, and transportation and mobility are embedded throughout the code, while the node and corridor framework was the driving principle behind the zoning map. The code reflects the community's desires expressed throughout the Greenville 2040 process to continue growing and developing, but in a well-planned and intentional way. With the adoption of the new code and maps, development will be concentrated downtown along transportation corridors and within nodes, which are walkable mixed-use centers located throughout the city. Directing growth towards these areas will reduce development pressures in neighborhoods and help preserve the character of existing residential areas. Let me say a few more things about the comprehensive plan and how it relates to zoning. And this is a little on the legal side, so I apologize. A comprehensive plan is a broad policy document that sets forth an expression of the Planning Commission recommendations to the appropriate governing bodies with regard to the wise and efficient use of public funds, the future growth, development, and redevelopment of its area of jurisdiction, and consideration of the fiscal impact on property owners. Specifically, with regard to zoning, the comprehensive plan must include a land use element, which considers existing and future land use by categories. This is a requirement under state law that every community must perform a land comprehensive plan every 10 years as a major update with a minor update every 5 years. The purpose of the zoning ordinance is to help implement the comprehensive plan. As Greenville 2040 explains, the comprehensive plan itself, however, is not a law, is not legally binding. Instead, implementation of the plan occurs when the plan's vision for the future is translated into ordinances, budgets, and the decisions made by elected and appointed bodies that wield policy and decision-making powers. In other words, a zoning regulation should be generally consistent with the broad policies and goals set forth in the comprehensive plan. However, the comprehensive plan does not bind or restrict the specific zoning regulations and decisions that City Council may choose to make after the plan's adoption. All that to say that the comprehensive plan is a high-level policy document, but the actual regulatory document for the city is the zoning code. Next slide, please. The new zoning map applies the districts from the new development code to every parcel in the city limits. At a high level, the proposed zoning map reflects the node and corridor development pattern adopted as policy in Greenville 2040. Most neighborhoods have been assigned zoning districts that match the prevailing lot pattern to limit future subdivision of parcels into small lots that would be inconsistent with existing neighborhood rhythm. In areas where general density is proposed, either as an affordability solution or to reflect development patterns, RNA, RNB, or RNC may have been applied. RNXB and RNXC have been proposed as transition districts in certain areas between neighborhoods and with more intense commercial or mixed-use districts. With their allowances for smaller scale retail and commercial uses, RNXB and RNXC have also been applied to where businesses in proximity to neighborhoods as well as along certain roadways where commercial development has maintained a residential scale and appearance should remain capped at 2.5 to 3 stories. In addition, we also have our RH zones, which are our house scale districts. These are RHA, RHB, RHC, and RHD. And those are the equivalent of our existing single-family zoning classifications, R6 and R9. The new code and the new map suggests 36% of the city would fall under those categories of RHA, RHB, RHC, or RHD, while the existing zoning within the city of R6 and R9 is at 33%. Nodes and corridors. Most of the potential nodes suggested by Greenville 2040 have been given MX and MXS zoning classifications. These districts are also featured prominently on the major transportation corridors that connect the nodes. The centers of nodes provide the greatest height and then step down around the edges. The new business districts have been applied outside the nodes and along major roadways where the existing development pattern is dependent on vehicular access, such as Haywood Mall and the major commercial areas along Woodruff Road. Many of these areas have C3, S1, or PD zoning under the current LMO. BH, which is business heavy, is similar to BG, business general, but also allows for automobile sales and services. Hence, the application of BH for the car dealerships along Lawrence Road, we often refer to as Motor Mile. The special districts of CM, CB, and PK, which are campus, civic, and park, have been assigned to properties for which these districts were intended. Next slide. As you are aware, the city has a significant need for affordable housing. This was elevated as one of the top 3 priorities within Greenville 2040 and has been incorporated into the new plan with a new incentive framework. Developers may receive an additional 2 floors of height in the project if they provide affordable housing, but this is not for every zone. This is only for the zones along our nodes and corridors. The modifications document posted on April 28 includes slight refinements to this section to make it match more closely with the exact language found in state law. But the mechanics have not changed from what Planning Commission has seen previously. Next slide, please. We also updated the open space provisions just slightly. Applicants may still pay a fee in lieu amount to the city's open space fund, or they may provide an open space easement that meets the criteria for outdoor amenity space contained in the new code, or has a contiguous natural undeveloped area suitable for environmental preservation, or is in a location suitable for active or passive outdoor recreational use. The new open space provided through the code will require engagement and coordination with the community, neighborhoods, and advocacy organizations to determine the appropriate utilization, such as passive recreation, conservation, etc., for specific open space parcels. Next slide. This slide shows the proposed height map and new expanded design review boundary. The height map is applied most widely throughout the West End and was informed by the West End Small Area Plan. Buildings subject to the height map may not exceed the number of stories indicated on the map. The design review boundary has been expanded beyond the current limits of today's C4 or Central Business District and now covers parcels in multiple zoning districts. The proposed limits include all of the new MXD and MXSD zoning classifications. In addition, design review will now be required along both sides of Pendleton Street to and throughout the village of West Greenville, along parts of Academy Street in the West End, along both sides of East North Street to Stone Avenue, and for all properties generally located between Burney Street and Washington Street, including the city-owned Mayberry Street parcels and other properties within the vicinity of Unity Park. The extension across Academy Street was made at the request of the West End neighborhood. One feature of the new code and map that we have not spoken to much previously is the new park zoning district. This is an important part of our new code. The new PK, or Parks Zoning Classification, has been applied to city-owned parks throughout the city, as well as Conisty Nature Park. The purpose of this zoning district is to help ensure these spaces are reserved for natural areas or recreation for the community in perpetuity. Previously, many of our parks had a residential or commercial zoning district. We have fixed this issue and provided a new district that is specific to parks and provides specific regulations and limits as to the types of uses and development that can occur within the city's parks. I would like to take a few minutes and go through some of the modifications that were presented previously or which were posted for the first time on April 28. These are the staff's recommended changes that we are submitting, and requests would be included in any Planning Commission recommendation to City Council. The document published on April 28 included all staff recommended changes, including our previously presented changes. As I mentioned before, tonight we are not recommending any new changes since the April 28 posting. Staff reviewed and considered all map changes in context of surrounding zoning, planning principles, existing uses, and Greenville 2040. We also released an updated interactive zoning map loaded to the city website that includes all recommended map changes. The vast majority of changes were made in response to individual requests from property owners. Many actually resulted in a more restrictive zoning district, while others requested increased height or intensity at a particular location. Staff reviewed each of these carefully before posting them as part of our official list of recommended changes. Some of the highlights include changes in the recommended zoning districts for churches, especially those on Augusta Road and Cleveland Street, but others throughout the city as well, back to a residential district that aligns with their current zoning today. This was much of the focus with our presentation on April 11th. We also promised to amend the future land use map along the residential portion of Augusta Street and remove the proposed corridor designation. This will ensure the area of Augusta will remain residential. In other areas of the city, such as around the intersection of Washington and Lawrence and along North Church Street, staff worked with property owners on increases for some of these parcels. In Verde, we listened to Planning Commission, the neighborhood representatives in Verde and Verde Development to reach agreement on a campus zoning designation around Legacy Square. The parties that staff worked with over the past few months appear to be satisfied and supportive of this path forward. We also met numerous times with representatives of certain business categories, such as fueling stations. We were able to adjust the zoning to accommodate many of their requests, and staff believes the modifications published on April 28 provide significant flexibility for existing fueling stations to remodel or rebuild in a manner as requested by these businesses. Finally, as part of our final review, staff identified a few small parcels that did not have a proposed zoning district, most likely because of a technical mapping area. We have listed those and provided zoning classifications for these modifications in the modifications document. I touched on this briefly, but there were slight adjustments to the text in the development bonus section. These were made to match the wording in state law. We also updated the open space section to provide new standards for open space easements. To qualify for dedication, open space easements must, 1, meet the criteria for outdoor amenity space contained in the new code. 2, have a contiguous natural undeveloped area suitable for environmental preservation. Or 3, be in a location suitable for active or passive outdoor recreational use. Accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, staff has provided additional requirements for ADUs, which were published in the March 15th draft. The only new addition is the proposed sliding scale chart, which caps the ADU size at 80% of the primary dwelling. Of course, we do have the cap of no more than 1,000 square feet. The majority of Greenville residents in city administered surveys and in privately administered surveys have expressed support for these ADUs. And I really want to take a moment to publicly thank the North Main Neighborhood Association for their work in this regard, for sharing their data and information with staff and with the Planning Commission and City Council. That was a really nice gesture for them, and again, showing our neighborhoods at work in the city. We believe that these guidelines represent a compromise solution that still allow ADUs on lots that can support them while protecting neighborhoods and adjacent property owners. Next, drive-throughs. The city staff updated the table of uses to allow drive-throughs again, where they are previously limited to only a few districts. In exchange, staff proposed standards to help limit the impact of drive-throughs, most importantly against residential neighborhoods. Order windows cannot face an RH district. There are new standards for stacking lanes. Drive-through elements must be compatible with the overall building design, and developers must receive a special exception permit for any drive-through in an MX2, 3, or 5 district. These standards allow the option for drive-throughs in many of the same locations they are permitted today. Fueling stations. Staff met repeatedly with fueling station representatives concerned about the build-to requirements in many of the zoning districts. These would have required the fuel islands and canopies be located to the side or rear of the building. While there were requests to rezone existing stations to business heavy, which does not have the build-to width requirement, staff endeavored to incorporate standards that would allow existing gas stations to perform renovations and demolish and rebuild in their current configuration. We hope these changes are satisfactory to the Planning Commission, but we welcome any additional feedback. Okay, that concludes staff comments for now. As mentioned, we will request to provide our rebuttal after the public comments and the break. And I would just like to say that we are getting ready to go into our public comment protocols. Any of those who are pre-registered will be called first, and they will need to clearly state their name for the record, and comments are limited to 3 minutes. I would like to take this time again to thank the Planning Commission for your work and your dedication to this city. You have invested months on this project and you spend a great deal of time here, and as volunteers, you are very much appreciated, so thank you. I would also like to thank our community. We have had the opportunity to meet with hundreds, well, thousands of people throughout this project. And while they may not always agree with us, it has been wonderful having the chance to meet and interact one-on-one with so many different people that, I would hope to consider, even if they don't always agree with us, friends, because I think it's really important that we have a community where you can practice civil discourse, where you can talk to your staff, and the process works. Look at the number of changes that came before you over the last couple of months because of the process and because of our community. And how fortunate are we that we get to live in a community like that. So I'm very thankful to this community for their investment. And finally, of course, I want to thank our staff. They are the best staff that one could hope for. I'm not going to cry tonight. I'm not going to do it. I could not be here without them. They are extremely talented, and as I tell them, they bring me much joy. And I think that just their interactions with the community ought to at least bring people joy in how they go about taking their jobs so serious every day. And they are committed to trying to do what's best for this community. And how proud could we be of them? So I just wanted to take this opportunity to once again thank them for all of their efforts and their work. It's been many a late nights. It's been many of emails and correspondence. And we could not do this work without the incredible staff of the city of Greenville. So thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. She's being modest. She leads a great team. All right. Like Shannon said, we're going to go into public comment at this point. So I'm going to read 5 names at a time. So if you guys will queue up as I read your name. And again, please state your name and address when you come to the podium. And you will have 3 minutes. Or do we have where's the timer, Austin? Oh, awesome. Good deal. So please just be aware of that because we have about 50 speakers tonight. So, okay. Yeah, that's if somebody's doing the math. That's a lot. All right. So we're going to start with Sherry Barrett, Tria St. John, Summer Mirez, Dolly Heron, Stacy Mills. What's that? It's right there. She's got it on
See, but I'll talk.
the time. She's got it right there on the, yep.
Thank you. My name is Sherry Barrett. I live at 5 Calhoun Hill Way in Greenville. And I'm the Land Policy Director for Upstate Forever at 507 Pettigrew Street. First, we thank you and congratulate all city staff for outstanding service on behalf of the citizens of Greenville throughout this lengthy process. We sincerely appreciate the collective expertise that you have brought to bear, in addition to the time and attention that you have devoted to considering the many perspectives expressed. You are dedicated public servants. Thank you. A top priority for the city throughout this process has been to engage residents to move in step with the community. First, to develop a comprehensive plan, and then upon its unanimous adoption by City Council in 2021, to draft a new development code, a critical step to achieve the goals and priorities of GVL 2040. For more than 4 years, the city has devoted enormous resources to engage the public. From start to today, city officials have gone above and beyond to educate and engage residents, gathering input through surveys, test scenarios, public meetings, open houses, monthly interactive webinars with presentations and Q&As on what a development code is, why it's important, what it can and cannot do, and what it can accomplish for the community and what it cannot, and ultimately how and where it will guide and shape growth toward Greenville becoming the city the community envisions in 2040. As deliberations continue, time is not our friend. Presently, antiquated regulations continue to compromise our future, diminishing prospects for neighborhood preservation, ample open space, practical transportation options, and healthy housing market. We are at a tipping point. Now is the time. The new Greenville Development Code can help us grow the city we say we want, a community where we can all thrive. Now is the time. The new code will guide growth and shape growth to protect neighborhoods, provide for the creation of affordable homes and public open space, direct growth to nodes and corridors, and promote a healthy housing market and diverse housing options. Finally, the code is not static. Post-adoption, ongoing evaluation, and modification is critical to ensure the code is.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank
To
you.
support a thriving community. Thank you. Vote for the code.
Thank you.
Hi, Patricia St. John, 207 High Valley Boulevard. I'm going to be really brief because I'm going to reiterate everything she said. So this is part of the bigger process, as Shannon was saying as well, that has been going on. They did not say it's an award-winning comprehensive development plan, and one I think everybody should be proud of. That this is the first step in implementation is also very important because I've seen a lot of comprehensive plans that sit on a shelf and never get enacted. So thank you all. Thank leadership, the city leaderships, thank staff for working so hard on making this happen. Change is really difficult for a community, for all communities. But if you don't make the change, then a different outcome from the sprawl and the congestion and the compromise to our quality of life will not change. Thank you. Please adopt the plan.
Thank you. Summer.
I'm Summer Mears at 101 Reedy View Drive. I want to thank the Planning Commission for all you've done to move Greenville forward. We appreciate your service to the community. I support the new development code because it addresses important issues like affordable housing, sustainable growth, and the preservation of green space. I support the focused growth and development along the nodes and corridors and the establishment of more walking and biking infrastructure like walking paths, protected bike lanes, and Swamp Rabbit Trail extensions. I also support the rezoning of many areas to mixed use to allow for more lively and walkable neighborhoods. There's a reason downtown is such a desirable place to live. People love living in dense urban areas that are walkable and bikeable and accessible to restaurants, shops, and green spaces. The new development code will help create more neighborhoods people love to live in, where everyone from young professionals to retirees to families can thrive. I want to point out that many young professionals like myself share these opinions but are unable to attend meetings at 4 p.m. on a weekday. The truth is that being angry about something is a bigger motivator than being in support of something. So don't let the outsized number of opposing voices sway you to believe that most people oppose the development code. I want to remind the Commission that no transformative change that moves Greenville forward in such a big way is without pushback from those who are sad to say goodbye to what Greenville once was. The pushback to the development code is not unlike what the city saw with other big changes, like taking Main Street from a 4-lane highway to a 2-lane road, or tearing down the highway that ran through Falls Park and replacing it with the Liberty Bridge. Though not everyone was happy with these changes at the time, they were a huge part of transforming Greenville into the vibrant city it is today. And now Main Street and Falls Park are two of the most treasured places by all in our community. Where would Greenville be without the strong leadership that led to these impactful changes? We need visionary leadership to guide us into the next era of Greenville's history. No matter what you do, there will always be pushback, but this is your opportunity to leave your mark on Greenville in a way that will be appreciated for decades to come. This is your chance to pave the way for the next 20 years of sustainable growth and development, and to ensure that our community remains vibrant and welcoming to all. My great-grandfather is 106 years old. Rather than being cynical about how different the world is today than it was a century ago, his life motto is embrace change. I hope to see my neighbors embrace this positive change, and I urge the commission to do what's best for the future of our community and pass the new development code. Thank you.
Thank you. Dolly Heron.
Okay, I'm Dolly Heron. My address is 2805 Augusta Street. March 28th, I found myself looking at a big zoning map and being terrified when I noticed that the lot next to me was zoned RNXC, which meant they could put condos right in the middle of the neighborhood. That's where I started. Then I noticed that all the churches were in the same, most of them in the same boat. So 2 days later, I was sitting in front of y'all talking, and I could talk in front of children, but adults terrify me. So I'm here again, and it's because I just feel like some things need to be said. I do feel like that everybody's doing the best they can. I know that Shannon and the staff really helped me and heard me. So a month and a half has passed and everything's evolved for me. It started with me, it started with Augusta Street. Then I realized there are a lot of people out there that were just like me that don't know. I'm not saying that the education wasn't out there. I'm just saying most people think if the lot next to you is going to change, you're going to see signs and neighborhood meetings. This is a huge 443-page document with lots of changes to actual specific usages. Most people don't know, even though they've done a lot to help people know. I'm not going to deny that they have. But what happened was everyone I talked to didn't know. So I decided to get some signs and petition made. As of right now, I have 1,600 people. With a week, I had 1,000 people that did not know. They signed it. And then now it's 1,600 people and growing. These people did not know. I mean, they just don't know. I think that I wish that the document that is accepted would be not with all the changes to specific lots. I do agree it needs to be updated. There have been a lot of amendments and changes which show you that the process is working, but there were things that were oversights. I was told the church was a complete oversight, that Augusta Street corridor was a complete oversight. How many more oversights are there that I don't have time to go through every lot in the city? When you build, you measure twice and you cut once. I really like it if we measure twice or more and get this really right for everyone before we adopt it and make it final. Thank you.
Thank you. Stacy Mills.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Stacy Mills, and if it would please the chair to indulge me for a moment, I pastor the Mountain View Baptist Church just that way on the other side of the tracks. And many of our congregants are here with me today. I'm going to invite them to come stand with me. We represent 115 years of fellowship in this community. And today I am very emotional about saying finally an opportunity for people like us to be at the table. We commend this staff who have done the work, the painstaking time to listen and to put together a code that is representative of people who have for a long time not been included in discussions like these. I represent this community effort to reclaim a historically Black community, to stand on the shoulders of many men and women who have gone before us, and to enhance an economic development opportunity in neighborhoods that have been forgotten. Some of the communications around this gathering today have been sadly polarizing and anti-coalition building. We recognize this process as a tedious and monumental work. The current zoning practices have led to the current crisis of unaffordable housing, gentrification, and wrong-sized development in many of our neighborhoods. The new code protects all of our neighborhoods and the people who live there. The new code directs development to areas of existing density. This was a code developed with existing small area plans in mind and incorporates, not disregards, all the neighborhood's passions and ideas that those plans captured. Mountain View Baptist Church and other communities like ours implore you to vote in favor of the code as has been presented by the staff. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Reverend Mills. Okay. Next five, Osa Benson, James Jordan, Paula Fulgham, Katrina Rosen, Nan Johnson. Is Osa Benson here? No? Okay. James Jordan?
Good evening, Planning Commission, elected officials, community residents, city staff. My name is James Jordan. My mailing address is 508 East North Avenue. And it's an honor to have the privilege to stand before you on this evening. I have 4 quick points in speaking in favor of the code. 1, it gives us a streamlined development process. The Unity Park Code brings clarity and predictability to the development process, expediting permitting and approvals. It reduces uncertainty for developers and promotes timely project completion. Secondly, contextual development and neighborhood compatibility. The code ensures that new homes and buildings align with neighborhood context, preserving its unique character and charm. It strikes a balance between accommodating new development and maintaining the neighborhood's identity. Thirdly, alignment with architectural and construction standards. The Unity Park Code integrates with architectural and construction standards, ensuring zoning regulations align with best practices. The integration promotes high-quality design and construction, enhancing the overall aesthetics and durability of our built environment. Finally, and very important, affordable housing and open space opportunities. This code expands opportunities for affordable housing, addressing the need for accessible housing options that are also inclusive. It also prioritizes the creation and preservation of open spaces, contributing to a higher quality of life for the residents of our fantastic city. I also ask you to vote in favor of the code. Thank you.
Thank you. Paula Fulgham.
Hello, I'm Paula Fulgham, Fulghum, 822 Crescent Avenue. I'm your neighbor. I've owned a business in the city of Greenville for almost 14 years, and my family came to Greenville 3 generations ago. I'm here today in opposition of this plan and ask you to vote no today. I represent a petition of citizens of 750 residents and growing as we speak that I launched a week and a half ago. The Greenville plan is clearly modeled after what they refer to as a smart growth plan. The 3 goals of this plan, of the GVL 40 plan, are affordable housing, green space, and mobility. Established cities have attempted a smart growth plan for decades with little to no data that shows these meet these goals above. Affordable housing and green space are often marketing slogans used in the smart growth movement to appeal to residents to obtain buy-in and approval. Some city examples where studies have shown that this does not work and has failed in these goals are Portland, Vancouver, Detroit, and Manchester. I have to ask why we would model the GVL 2040 plan after proven decades of failure instead of the reverse. I appreciate all the hard work the staff and you have put into this effort. I understand how hard you've worked. But just because you've worked very hard on this doesn't make it right. There are a great number of issues with this plan, but the most important one that is near and dear to me is the affordable housing goal. I'm not allowed to stand here for an hour and talk with you about why this won't work. But we cannot build our way out of this problem. Affordable housing has not been achieved over the past 3 decades using this concept. There is little to no success. In developer bonuses and incentives, they haven't worked in other cities. It actually has made very little impact, yet we're selling our residents today in this meeting on this concept. If this continues, this will only increase gentrification and further divide neighborhoods. We are not nodes, we are neighborhoods, and neighbors work together to solve problems. I'm asking you to consider, and instead of offering developer incentives that in the end won't work, where high-priced, unaffordable housing will prevail, while increasing our density and our taxes to support the necessary infrastructure, that you stop this plan now and let's work as neighbors to change the entire conversation. Allowing this plan to see the light of day on a trial basis, just 6 to 9 months, isn't going to help, but it very well may hurt. We have already hurt vulnerable established neighborhoods with development over the past few years at an alarming rate.
Thank you.
We can't afford to get this wrong this time. Thank you.
Katrina Rosen. Katrina Rosen. Katrina Rosen. Nan Johnston.
Hello, my name is Nan Johnston. I live at 36 Tyndall Avenue in Greenville. I am the spokesperson for over 20 homeowners who reside on Tyndall Avenue in the nearby neighborhood. Many of these homeowners are present today. I'd like to acknowledge their attendance by stand. Thank you. I will now make my public comment. A Greenville native, I have lived on Tyndall for nearly 35 years. I remember when our city slogan was "Keep the Green in Greenville." Tyndall is a beautiful tree-lined street with a mix of older and newer single-family homes. On our block, there are now 17 houses, all single-family dwellings. Tyndall Avenue is one of those quiet residential neighborhoods that many wish for, but few enjoy. Nearly all of the residential properties on Tyndall Ave are zoned for single-family use. The exceptions are the 2 properties at 31 and 33 Tyndall. Both are currently zoned for single-family and multifamily residential uses. Many Tyndall Avenue homeowners were surprised to learn of this, since both properties are single-family homes that are consistent in size and style with the rest of our residential neighborhood. We assumed that these homes were zoned like all the other single-family homes on Tyndall. These 2 properties are proposed to be in the neighborhood scale RNB zoning district. This zoning district allows for multifamily housing options with up to 8 dwellings units per property. Our neighborhood is quite concerned about this proposed zoning district. The potential development of multifamily housing options with these densities, along with the associated parking requirements, could dramatically change the historically residential character of our neighborhood. I personally feel it would in time destroy our block. We contend that the more appropriate zoning for these 2 properties is neighborhood scale RNA zoning district. This would allow for the same variety of housing options but with density limited to 4 units per property. Our neighborhood submitted a letter to the Planning Commission on April 10th contending that this less dense RNA zoning would provide a more appropriate zoning transition for our single-family residential neighborhood. We have provided copies of this letter again today, along with street view pictures of our neighborhood. We once again request the Planning Commission review the proposed zoning of these 2 properties. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next 5, Gregory Minton, Paige Wisdom, Tony Pate, Brett Hewitt, and Amanda McDougald Scott. Gregory Minton. Okay.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Greg Minton. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Spinks family and the Spinks companies. I wanted to express tonight, first of all, we do appreciate the work that's been put in by the staff and the city on the rezoning work. But I'm here to speak tonight in opposition to this and would like to request that the Planning Commission spend some more time on this. There's a few key areas that still have not been addressed. And I think it's been brought up by others tonight about there's still a lot of people that don't even realize the true impact to their businesses or their properties with the changes. These changes, from a business standpoint, for business operators and investors that have invested into Greenville for over the last 40 years, that made investments to operate business with property rights granted by zoning, with the new changes will create nonconformity. It will not allow for reinvestment to sustain and support these businesses. Although the staff has made some changes to some text changes recently, and we appreciate that, the zoning is being applied inconsistently. An example, the motor mile was given business heavy, which we requested on our operating convenience store locations. We were not granted that. We serve more customers on a daily basis with these properties that are located in highly traveled commercial quarters that have been established for many years. That's inconsistent. And it also limits the ability to reinvest, as I said, in the future with the zoning that was given to some of the other properties. There's 27,000 properties that have been considered in this rezoning. Our company owns 48 of those properties. We are supportive of the initiative of what Greenville's trying to create, but there's more work to be done. And we'd like to request that the commission postpone the vote on this because there's still more work from the public and the staff to work out some details, because there's a lot of things that have been changed recently, and I don't think the full impact has really been identified of what this means to the community and to the property owners and their rights that will be impacted with this. But I do want to thank again the staff for allowing us to speak. And again, I would encourage you to vote no, and let's do some more work to get this right and protect our businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Paige Wisdom. Paige Wisdom.
Hi, I'm Paige Wisdom. I live at 13 East Tallulah Drive. I have deep experience and perspective on the U.S. housing market, particularly affordable housing, as well as complex financial issues. I was the chief risk officer of Freddie Mac for 5.5 years coming out of the financial crisis, and I've been on the board of directors of the 10th largest bank in the country for the last 7 years. As the city has stated, it's a 2040 plan that is the umbrella over this, and I think the issue is that plan is flawed. It had poor, limited citizen engagement and locked in a key fundamental growth assumption that is now driving this massive rezoning. Less than 1% of the Greenville population participated in the development of the plan during COVID. 3 scenarios underlying the plan were analyzed, 1 with incremental modest growth and 2 with high density growth with nodes and corridors. All 3 assume 10% affordable housing. The plan states that there's broad consensus emerged around these 2 high growth density scenarios. 63 people attended that workshop. That is not broad. The impact of the city doubled the city's population from 66 to 128,000. More than double households per residential acre from 4.1% to 9%. Barely increase affordable housing units from 8.5% to 9.3%. Barely grow jobs by 14,000 jobs, or 12.5%. The city's website states that residential zoning will increase with these zoning changes. The math doesn't work. South Carolina Code of Law, Section 629.510. There are elements of South Carolina law requiring the city to include the following in their long-term plans. Community facilities which consider water supply, sewage, wastewater, fire protection, emergency medical services, and education services. Resiliency elements. Transportation elements, including roads, transit projects, must be developed in coordination with the land use element. And finally, all planning elements must be with regard to the wise and efficient use of public funds in consideration of the fiscal impact to the property owners. A plan like this requires significant financial resources that have not been sized nor communicated. Huge infrastructure improvements will be needed and aren't addressed as are required by the law. The end result is that taxes will need to increase significantly. Existing affordable, less affluent neighborhoods will be pushed out as they have been, and the charm and diversity of the Greenville and desire of the people who live here will be destroyed. We can grow responsibly and we can approve affordable housing, but we shouldn't have to double the size in order to do that to become the next Charlotte. I'd like the Planning Commission to vote no on the rezoning proposal.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Of Ms. Wisdom.
Yes.
Ms. Wisdom, could you stand back up, please? We have a question.
So Ms. Wisdom, you wrote an email to City Council and to the mayor back in April expressing some of your concerns, and I appreciate you doing so. There are over 200 pieces written, and I can assure you that I read every one of them, and so did, I'm sure, everyone here. However, in your email was unique as it made mention of the Planning Commission in general and myself individually. And let me read you a portion of that email. It says, there are also conflicts of interest with Planning Commission voting members who are local multi-use real estate developers. In particular, Jeff Randolph, Vice Chair, stands to financially benefit given his development business in Greenville. In 2019, Jeff, also wrote an article for the Greenville Business Journal showing clear bias about the use of all church property across Greenville without thoughtfulness to appropriate scale for the specific neighborhoods. Jeff should be recused from the Planning Commission due to his conflict of interest and bias. I'd just like to address several of those statements and then ask you a question. The article that you mentioned is this article, which is dated April the 12th, 2019, says, is church land part of the answer to Greenville's affordable housing crisis? Some say yes. It is written by Cindy Landrum. It is not written by myself. I did not write that article, as you stated. I was not even quoted in that article, but here's what it said. It's Jeff Randolph, president of TRG Communities, an affordable housing developer, said that to create affordable housing, there has to be some type of subsidy, whether it be a donation of land where a house can be built or an investor who's willing to wait on a return. It's interesting that I said house, not an apartment or a multifamily dwelling building. So I did not write that article. So that's either a typo on your part or at best it's a misrepresentation. Your email states, as a local multi-use real estate developer, I will stand to financially benefit from the adoption of this code. Ms. Wisdom, can you provide context to that statement or explain how I will benefit financially?
Anyone who is a developer who can benefit by the increased density has a financial interest in that. And this clearly struck a chord with you. And my comments have been nothing but factually and data-based. So I really don't appreciate you.
But as a developer, all developers are not created equal. That's like saying the doctor that worked on my knee is also going to give me a prostate exam.
So, and
So
all
I
housing
have
is not
never,
created
excuse me, I'm talking. I have never developed any multi-family residential rental property in my life. I have developed single-family land for single-family houses, attached and detached, both market rate and affordable. So I
That is
just
not what
wanted,
your website says, sir.
I know what my website says, and it does not say multifamily.
It says multi-use.
Okay,
So,
all right,
thank you.
thank you.
All right.
All right, Tony Pate. I will ask too that we hold the applause. We do have to move pretty quickly through this, so let's just keep moving.
Hey, can you tell them they can applaud after me and then stop?
And then stop, okay.
Thank you, commissioners, city, everybody that's been helpful. I want to thank you for that. I want to make a confession. My name is Tony, my name is Tony Pate, and I live at 1209 Augusta Street, which is near the corner of Augusta and Church. The confession I want to make is that the last meeting that I came to, I thought maybe the public was going to speak, and I stayed with y'all for like 5 hours. And no, the public never spoke, but I had on my red Greenville High sweatshirt because I was determined to stand up and say, I have been alerted to changes that might affect my property and so forth. And I am appreciative of people who at least alerted me. In my line of business, Easter season is the most busy season of my year. And ordinarily, I wouldn't even notice if there was something going on in the city that I should be paying attention to. So I'm really appreciative of people who said, read it, pay attention. It's long, but take your time and try to study it. So I did. And there's kind of a piece of me in my background growing up of just, you can't fight City Hall. But there's also a piece of me that feels like when it's something this valuable and affects this many people, the real attitude should not be that we can't fight City Hall. The real attitude ought to be, can we sit together with City Hall or Planning Commission or zoning or whoever? Can we discuss it? Can we even have an audience? And I'm just here to say that in this new proposed changes to the zoning map, there's 70 proposed changes made here by the city, and mine is the very last one, and it's exactly what I asked for. If I had not taken the time to make the call, to make the appointment with Shannon, to talk to Edward and to Allison, where's Allison? I wouldn't have known really that the city might have an open ear. I think really it's on all of us to make sure that before we criticize anything in print, that we talk to the people who've constructed it and ask if there's a way that our personal property could be taken into consideration, or whatever our problem is. So I'm very appreciative of that. I really want to make a pretty strong statement about before anybody complains, they really need to say yes or no. Did you follow through? Did you make that call? Did you email? Did you ask specifically about your question? Or are you just going to take it at face value today? I'm representing Kemp Davis at 1201 Augusta, Grace and William Pouch at 1207, my husband Charlie and myself, and Cindy and Bill Parker, and we thank you for this.
Thank you. All right. Brett Hewitt.
Good evening. I'm Brett Hewitt. My firm owns the property at 817 Cleveland Street. I'm a developer and property owner here in Greenville. We also have an interest in one or more properties in the downtown area and in the North Main neighborhood. So thank you for having me. First of all, I'm largely supportive of the draft code. I think it aligns well with the comprehensive plan and will do a good job of planning and organizing the city's development. However, I do think there are a few areas in the code that ought to be examined further. One is the development bonus, which is designed to create opportunities for affordable, or what I like to call attainable housing in some zoning areas. The bonus, as proposed in the current draft and current zoning map, may actually hinder opportunities to create attainable housing, the opposite of its intended effect, particularly if the bonus is applied to low-density base zoning like MX2, MX3 in areas that are near or adjacent to the downtown CBD, mainly because the bonus as drafted does not account for the very different building and construction types between a base and bonus opportunity set. I should mention there are many parcels adjacent to or in very close proximity to the CBD, including, for example, areas that my firm has an interest in along an important stretch of North Main Street, just steps from downtown, that are proposed to be zoned MX2, when there already exists 3- and 4-story recent development. And the land values of those parcels today and the real economics of development are such that an MX2 zoning in many of those areas, which the comp plan intends to be higher density nodes and corridors, would make attractive development opportunities unattainable. The density of MX2-3 multifamily project, for example, could get to about 30, 40 housing units per acre on a sizable enough parcel. But the parking for such a project could only be a surface park solution, which would naturally limit the opportunity for green space and which would result in more of a suburban type of mixed-use development. We should examine this closely to be sure we're not promoting surface park development in areas where we should instead have structured parking and more green space. But the question I want to raise is, can the bonus as applied to a base MX2-3 zoning in high-value areas adjacent to the CBD, particularly areas along a commercial corridor like Main Street, really achieve the attainable housing goals? The answer is likely not, and here's why. To build the bonus building, which has 2 additional stories, the bonus project would require structured parking. Certainly a more appropriate and desirable urban condition, but the parking is 3 times the cost of surface parking, and more structural supports for a heavier building, which can be 5 times the cost of supports for a 2 to 3-story building. The project would also require elevators, loading bays for trucks, additional life safety, fire protection features, conditioned corridors, et cetera, many other components that are more typical of a mid-rise building. So the result would be a much more expensive building to maintain, build, and operate.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Amanda Scott. Amanda? Okay. Next 5, John Slipke, Ron Cohen, Monroe Free, Gail Pay, and Ed Ziegler.
Hello, my name is John Slipke. I live at 43 Tyndall Avenue in Greenville. With my comments today, I will address 2 issues. First, I am one of the Tyndall Avenue residents that signed a neighborhood letter recommending the modification of the zoning of 2 Tyndall properties to the neighborhood scale RNA zoning district. The RNA zoning district for these 2 properties would be consistent with the use of RNA zoning in other parts of the city. In addition, given the square footage of these 2 property lots, the RNA zoning district is the only neighborhood scale zoning district that can realistically accommodate these properties. We consider this to be a reasonable request that should be given consideration by the commission. Now my comments on the larger issue facing the commission today. In 2020, there were over 32,000 households residing within the Greenville city limits. To grow and develop the economy, it is estimated that Greenville will need to absorb as many as 20,000 new households by 2040 and host 40,000 of the jobs in Greenville County. As you well know, the city spent over 3 years developing a comprehensive master plan that provides a vision and goals that will shape how we manage this growth over the next 2 decades. However, making progress on these goals will not be possible if historical patterns of growth and development are continued. The new development code provides a much needed update to the city's land use and housing policy framework. The code will move the city from traditional zoning to a more urban concept that emphasizes higher density and mixed-use development. Proposed code is not a perfect document, and it will never satisfy every resident or interest group. It is, however, a forward-looking zoning plan that was developed with a high degree of professional expertise. It will provide the necessary tools for the city to effectively manage its future growth. Most importantly, the code will provide a regulatory framework that is essential to the achievement of the overarching goals of the 2040 master plan. Throughout this project, the city has actively engaged the community and key stakeholders. It's now time to move on from discussion and review. I strongly recommend approval of the modified draft of the development code and urge the commission to act as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron Cohen.
My name is Ron Cowan. I live at 305 West Park in the Heritage Historic District, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Heritage Neighborhood Association. I want to thank the staff for a robust process. There was ample opportunity for public input. The city met with us to discuss the new code and zoning map. We had a concern with the map, and after discussion and review, the city came back to us with a satisfactory compromise. We believe the new code is a much-needed update that will accommodate the growth that is coming with protecting the neighborhoods, ensuring open space, and promoting affordable housing. We believe the new code will put an end to the era of special deals with developers. We support adoption of the new code. Thank you.
Thank you. Monroe Free.
Good afternoon. I'm Monroe Free. I live at 602 Rosebud Lane in Greer, South Carolina, but I'm not here for that. I'm here because I'm President CEO of Habitat for Humanity in Greenville County. So Habitat has been following closely the code plan and the Greenville 2040 plan all along the way, and we're very grateful for Shannon and the staff and you as volunteers. The work that has been done there. We speak strongly in support of the codes plan. Habitat for Humanity serves those people who serve us, the people who are working in retail, who wait on us at our restaurants, who work in our medical facilities. Those are the families that we provide affordable home ownership to. We think this plan can aid us in that effort. Having said that, no plan is perfect, and we hope that this plan will continue to evolve and mature. We think that there are two things in particular that we would like to see. One is the 10% incentive to provide affordable housing, or 10% affordable housing that allows for the incentives. We think in special emphasis neighborhoods, that ought to be increased to meet the same as those neighborhoods with Mill Village overlays. We think that 10% would speak strongly to the level of need we have for affordable housing in Greenville. We also like the pilot program for cash incentives. We think that needs to be more transparent, and that ultimately it needs to become a permanent program here in our community. I think that once again, we support the plan, and we will continue to advocate for the plan to grow and mature. Why is Habitat interested in this? Is because we believe that affordable housing is the hub from which you address the many other social issues that we face in our community. We also believe that affordable housing provides both for families and for neighborhoods a stable place to create health. We thank you for your good work, and we want to again say we're in support of the plan.
Thank you. All right, Gail Pay. Gail? Okay. Mr. Ziegler.
Ed Ziegler, 38 Lanoux Drive in Alta Vista. I've been practicing architecture in Greenville for almost 40 years. My comments today are not intended to trivialize anyone else's comments, but to focus on a more long-term approach to planning. When I arrived back in 1983, we struggled to get a mindset of design thinking by the community. Today, everyone is better informed with high expectations, but we still have many silos of thought. Here's some examples of that journey. The design for creating a more pedestrian-friendly Main Street was the first big planning step. Many opposed narrowing from 4 lanes to 2 lanes of traffic. You are adding trees to where those lanes were. That will never work. Another major step was the removal of the 4-lane Camperdown Bridge over the falls. You cannot take that bridge down. How am I going to get to that side of town? You're going to create a park down there? No one will visit it. One of the next moves was a baseball field in the West End. We already have one on Malden Road. Are you crazy? We don't need that downtown. Instead, in my opinion, our community thrives when we remind ourselves to go to 30,000 feet, to make sure we focus on the big picture. Sure, we want to make our steps forward are well thought out and vetted thoroughly. For the long term, this plan demonstrates a mindset of sustainability and smart growth for the entire community. I applaud the planning staff for their work and the citizens who have become engaged in the process. We all want the same thing, a great city and a community that will continue to prosper with the influx of new neighbors and more businesses. Mostly, I appreciate the Planning Commission for listening, enduring, and discerning the best path forward. I fully support the adoption of the new code.
Thank you. Okay, 5 more on deck. Eric Mitchell, Matt Carter, Jennifer Lathrop, Tina Belge, and John McBurney. And I apologize if I don't say names right. I'm really bad at this part.
Thank you. I'm Eric Mitchell, 112 East Tallulah Drive. I was one of the guys that he just mentioned. Mr. Ziegler mentioned somebody that was a naysayer back in the 2000s talking about the Camperdown Bridge being taken down. I was a naysayer about the baseball stadium. After visiting downtown this weekend with a few 100,000 people, I'm very grateful that I was wrong in that instance. You see, I grew up in the East Side, moved to the city in 1994. I'm a small business owner. I have 2 locations within the city. It wasn't easy. Took me a year of time and battles with the city design review board to come up with a concept that was acceptable for my 2 locations. And when this new code came out, I dove in deeply because out of fear as a small business owner that I would eventually be removed from the city based on the type of business I have. And you know what? I was very pleased to see that not only am I safe, I will be safe for a long time. Furthermore, I started hearing rumors about my church being converted to high-density, low-income property, and I dove in a little bit deeper to see what that was, and it was completely misrepresented. I'm appreciative of what's happened with the Planning Commission, your involvement with the community, your involvement with local business, particularly small business, because that's the lifeblood of what brought Greenville to where we are today. I appreciate the work you've done and hope that we will continue to grow in a smart and economical way. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Carter.
Hi, my name is Matt Carter. I live at 12 East Lanoux Drive in Alta Vista. Want to say I empathize with the position that you're in. I've been a volunteer on a public board before. I'm a resident taxpayer in the city of Greenville. Thank you for your service. I'm going to skip most of what I had to say in the interest of time. And if you want to go back and listen to James Jordan again, somehow on a recording, he said 4 good points about why this code is so much better as far as development goes. Most of that has to do with reliability. When someone comes into our community or wants to do something with their own money in our community by way of investment, this code is much better than the old code we have right now. I also remember a number of the same changes that people have discussed where people came out and protested whether it was Camperdown Bridge or the Poinsett Hotel being evacuated in order for development. One I would mention recently was the Waterstone Retirement Home on Augusta Street. It always amazes me how people take ownership of property that they just drive by every day. They didn't pay taxes on it. They didn't improve it. They didn't buy it, but somehow it made their life better driving by it. And so they have a right to say what that property owner should do or what the community should do with that property. And it amazes me when that happens. What I would suggest to you is that we all know that this existing code is bad. We know the existing code has problems. It has caused problems in our community and among neighbors and among business people for quite some time. We've had a number of years to figure out what those were and identify them. And I think our staff, your staff, has done an excellent job in doing that and communicating that to all of our citizens, to an extent exemplified by the fact just that we know that something was wrong with it by the same people that are protesting this change also have protested almost every development that we've had over the last 5 years. It's the same exact group that you see be loud and visible every time. So what I would ask of you all is to not pay attention to the noise, but to do what you know to be right, whatever that may be. Whoever you trust most, I would anticipate that that's probably your own staff, since they're the most knowledgeable people in our community and have spent the most time with our community members and with the planners at hand. I hope that's the case, because if our staff isn't who you trust most, then we probably have a lot more issues in the city of Greenville than just this one issue that we're discussing this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jennifer Lathrop? Jennifer? Okay. Tina Belge?
Evening, Tina Belgi. I'm at 2 Cottage Hill Circle, 29609. And I'm going to stick to the script this time. Last time I got a little excited about accessory dwelling units. So thank you, commissioners. First, I really appreciate your service. This is not an easy role you serve in, so I want to recognize that. I serve as the Policy and Advocacy Director for the Greenville Housing Fund. You know us as the city's nonprofit partner for affordable housing, but we're also members of the Greenville Affordable Housing Coalition. That's a coalition of over 56 nonprofit, private, and neighborhood leaders who advocate for affordable housing. So I'm representing both entities today. If I could just show our Greenville Affordable Housing Coalition members who are here in the audience, if they could stand briefly, be recognized. There's a few. I think 3 had to leave already, and some actually already spoke. So thank you. As the Greenville Affordable Housing Coalition's goal is to help produce and preserve affordable housing throughout Greenville County, we commend the city of Greenville on their work focusing on this scarce resource. We're in great support of the Development Code and applaud the efforts of staff and consultants. We're in support of the elements that carry out the Greenville 2040 plan. For example, increased density and zoning in the nodes and corridors, which will allow for strategic, smart growth. We're also in favor of the density and base bonus affordable housing incentive and secondary dwelling units, which provide more housing supply as well as lower price points for our area. We also very much commend the removal of multifamily and by right zoning from the previous review process, as well as the removal of the planned development tool. Last, the use of fees on non-residential development towards open space and affordable housing is creative and effective. We're appreciative of the inclusion of affordable development consideration in the tree fund. All these innovative examples were presented in the first draft of the code. Staff and consultants took things even further with the redraft. Listening to our affordable housing developers and our neighborhoods, they removed the $5,000 per unit fee, which would have made the incentive less effective. They also adjusted the area median income guidelines for affordability to include income averaging. This allows us to reach lower and higher AMIs. Last, they added tiers of incentives to reach deeper affordability levels. We are so grateful for these changes and support this code. For us, this means we'll be able to provide more affordable housing, broader ranges of incomes, both rental and homeownership, than under the previous code. We would still request the code refer to the county versus city AMI to ensure more clarity, and another tier be added to allow 5% of units at 30% to access these affordable incentives. That said, we're still big supporters of the code. This code needs to be passed and adopted. Will it solve affordable housing? No. That's not what a code is designed to do. It's designed to incentivize and allow more affordable housing, and that's what this code does. While no code is perfect, you can be sure the input has been taken and helped directly create the product you see today. There's always room to grow and improve, and based on what we've seen, the city has been willing to make changes based on feedback, and we can expect that from them as we put this code into action. Again, we're incredibly thankful to staff and consultants. We believe this code will allow us to have consistency and clarity for our community and create greater affordability long-term for our city and residents.
Thank you.
And thank you, Shannon.
John McBurney. John McBurney. Okay. All right. Next 5. Yvonne Reeder, MS Shore, Barry Knox, Hope T, and CC Cox. Yeah, got it. Yvonne?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yvonne Reeder, and I reside at 12 Zara Street, which is in the Nicholtown neighborhood. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Greenville, and it's the place I call home, family, and friends. I feel ownership and loyalty. I want to express my sincere gratitude for this opportunity to talk to you about an issue that I believe is not just a matter of local policy, but the cornerstone of our shared future, the rezoning code for development in Greenville, South Carolina. When you think of Greenville, what comes to your mind? For many of us, it's our cherished memories, the community bonds that have grown over the years, the tranquility of our parks, the warmth to our local businesses, and the charm of our historical landmarks. Our town represents a unique blend of past, present, and future, and it is our responsibility to ensure its growth while preserving the essence. I am aware that any change can be unsettling, particularly when it concerns the place we call home. However, it's essential to understand that rezoning is not about overhauling our town's character. It's about adapting to our growing needs while ensuring Greenville's longevity. Our city has been growing steadily, attracting new residents, businesses, and opportunities. But along with this growth, we have also faced challenges, a need for more affordable housing, the strain on local services, and the growing pressure of our infrastructure. The proposed rezoning code is a carefully considered answer to these challenges. It seeks to create zones for mixed-use development, allowing residential, commercial, and light industrial uses to coexist. It will foster local businesses, create new jobs, and provide more affordable housing options for our community members. Moreover, it will help reduce traffic congestion and air pollution as more people will live closer to their workplace. The rezoning will also introduce stricter environmental codes, ensuring that new developments are sustainable and have a minimal impact on our natural surroundings. We will maintain the aesthetic appeal of our town, preserving our historical districts and integrating new developments seamlessly into our existing landscape. But the most crucial aspect of this rezoning code is how it will make Greenville more inclusive. We believe in a Greenville where everyone, regardless of their age, income, or occupation, has a place.
Thank you, Ms. Reeder. Mr. Shore?
I'm Marty Shore with MS Shore Company. Planning Commissioners, I appreciate your service to the community. And Assistant City Manager Shannon and the planning staff, we appreciate y'all's hard work. They have been very conscientious and worked with me and others in the community trying to get it right, and we greatly appreciate their hard work. In our particular instance, is a section of property on North Church Street. I don't know if we're able to pull it up tonight or not. But I asked that they have requested a modification from the initial proposed classification from RNXC to MX3. It's a little less dense than what we requested, but we'll agree to that modification, and we ask you to vote in support of it. In another instance, in the 1300 block of East Washington Street, there was a proposed zoning from some properties that were C1 and RM, and the change was, the initial recommendation was RNXC. In two of those properties on the 1300 block, they were formerly C1. We think to be like kind in the new zoning classification, that strip of the 1300 block of East Washington Street should be MX2. They have made some concessions for restaurant uses, I believe that you're going to be voting on, that are advantageous or make the RNXC classification more acceptable. However, we still believe that strip of the 1300 block should be changed to MX2. And I think you'll find there was already a recommendation for MX2 on the 3 lots most closest to the corner. They were recommended to be changed from RM1 to MX2. And we suggest that MX2 classification continue on to the corner of 1300 East Washington Street and Clevervine. Otherwise, I'm rather ambivalent to the code because it's such a huge change. And I'm in the commercial real estate business here in Greenville, and we've been living with the existing code for over 50 years. So I only ask that we be careful and cautious in making such a drastic change. It's good that so many people in the community are now involved. And I just think we should get a general consensus and make the right decision. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Shore. Dr. Knox?
Good evening. I'm Barry Knox. I'm speaking as a longtime resident and planning expert. I live at 125 Norland Drive. I've lived in Greenville for 49 years, 2/3 of that in the Augusta Road area near Augusta Circle School. I've spent my entire professional career in Greenville in the upstate. A number of you know me. Just very quickly, I have both a professional master's and doctoral degrees in planning. I've worked as a practitioner and for 44 years on the faculty at Clemson, teaching city planning. At least 6 of my former students are here. Hopefully they won't zone out while I talk. I have spent 17 years on the Planning Commission and then the Design Review Board, and I greatly appreciate and respect and understand the depth of your service, which has gotten a lot more intense than I served from 2000 to 2016. I directed the master planning process for the Reedy River Corridor, which has been the basis for tremendous growth of that side of Greenville, Swamp Rabbit Trail, the Unity Park, a number of developments up and down the river. And also I'm a fellow of the College of Certified Planners, which is the highest level of accreditation that approximately 2% of planners have attained. I want to speak in support of the land management ordinance. It implements Greenville 2040, which is an outstanding comprehensive plan in concept, process, and integration of local priorities. Greenville's a special place. That's why we're so interested. That's why people feel so strongly. It's special due to the efforts of many people in the community leaders, business leaders, residents who work together and plan and act cooperatively for the greater good. Preserving those qualities requires continued and specific efforts to maintain that character. Now, land planning is completely a local activity based on state enabling regulations. Every state is different in the details of what it's done. Most southern states, for example, do not allow inclusionary zoning, while a number of northern states do. Localities in most states can provide incentives, however, for specific activities as they see fit. And the plan does this in providing incentives for priorities that are set through the Greenville 2040 process. One other contextual issue, the Constitution provides legal guidance for land regulation. And it basically has it done for the purpose of promoting and protecting the public health, safety, and welfare. Federal law does not set any specifics in planning other than following basic constitutional principles, such as due process and non-discrimination. Planning is decided upon by local governments based on state law. Now, the 2007 revision of the zoning code was a little more than reorganizing the amendments made since the 1970s. I was chair of the planning commission when this was done, and we were very frustrated.
Thank you, Barry. Sorry.
Don't I have 50 minutes?
Nope, no more.
I support it. It does a lot of good things. It does all the things that we want.
Thank you. Hope.
Good afternoon, members of the Planning Commission or Committee. Thank you very much for your service. My name is Hope T.Z. Schmalzel. I know y'all going to get that mixed up, but that's okay. It happens all the time. And I live at 23 Fisher Road. I was born in Greenville, South Carolina, so a lot of change has happened in my lifetime. But I want to say that I am in favor of the new development code. And I'm representing here, I'm a commercial real estate broker and I'm with Joyner Commercial. And I'm representing my client who has property here, Sheila Rogers. She has property in the city, 7 Gurley Avenue, and 10 Waters Avenue. The committee has graciously recommended to the staff that only one of the properties facing Malden Road is going to be go to rezoning from R6 to MX2. I appreciate that, but she has 3 properties right there, and in order for her to sell it and promote it as a commercial property, either office or retail, it needs to be a little bit larger and include the other 2 pieces of property. So therefore, I'm recommending and proposing that all 3 properties are rezoned to from R6 to MX2 in order to maximize the potential of the property. So thank you very much.
Thank you. CC Cox? No? Okay. All right. Do we need to take a break or are y'all all good? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Huh? Break? Okay. All right. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Yeah, Jeff, everybody's here but Jeff. Where'd he go? Where's Jeff? Guys, we're gonna start back. We're gonna start back with the public comment. Can I get Nathan Galbraith, Dawn Wells, Sandra Freeman, Anita Clark, and Tori Miller? Nathan Galbraith? Is there anybody out in the corridor? I want to make sure I don't miss anybody since we're starting back. Nathan? Okay. Dawn Wells? Dawn Wells? No? Sandra Freeman? Sandra Freeman? Anita Clark?
I'm Anita Clark and I live at 45 Simmons Avenue. There are many reasons this ordinance should not be passed, but I'd like to focus on one very important reason: nonconformities. After going to open houses and talking with the Planning Commission several times, there are still many concerns about consequences that have not been addressed. When the city states that they want to preserve existing single-family neighborhoods, this is in conflict with section 6.3.1 through 6.3.2 in the code about nonconformities. This label places limitations on altering, expanding, damage, voluntary demolition, and rebuilding, as well as a 12-month abandonment clause on existing single-family homes that are out of compliance with the new plan. The city also has the ability under the South Carolina Code of Law 621-730 to set a time frame they must be brought into compliance. There are many scenarios where an owner could face consequences from this. One is a time frame could be set to do costly renovations, and the owner may not be able to afford them and could potentially lose their home. Though there is a proposed modification to allow the rebuilding of a home if more than 50% is damaged by fire or natural disaster, there are still other non-conforming sections placing owners at risk, as well as the impact that the label itself may have on properties, such as reduced property value, a high-risk investment, increased homeowners insurance costs, and difficulty selling. If you want to preserve single-family homes, why are homeowners, especially historic Black and economically disadvantaged neighborhoods, being placed at risk of not coming into compliance? How might this equation be applied to homes in an opportunity zone or a high-priority investment zone? With this language in the plan, I can't be reassured that everything will be fine. This code won't accomplish the stated goal of preserving single-family neighborhoods, but could allow the city to acquire land, business, and residential property to build more unaffordable density while increasing gentrification to the less economically advantaged. I ask the Planning Commission to vote no on the ordinance, and if it is to be adopted, to make the following additions to preserve single-family homes and prevent gentrification. Change the designation of existing homes from non-conforming to compliant, and relax the limits on improvements to the structure to preserve them as follows. Allow existing single-family structures to be maintained in perpetuity and even expanded to the limits of what would be allowed in zones where new single-family uses are allowed. Allow single-family homes to be rebuilt where a home is destroyed or damaged involuntarily by fire or other disaster. Allow complete rebuilds of existing single-family homes regardless of whether the original structure was intentionally demolished. This was done in Austin, Texas, to alleviate concerns about nonconformities. And I thank you for listening to my concerns, and I hope that you will take these things into consideration.
Thank you. Tori Miller?
My name is Tori Miller. My address is 20 Morningside Drive. As a native of Greenville, I witnessed the changes Greenville has and continues to go through, growth and displacement. According to a recent article in Greenville News, the number of Black residents has continuously dropped every year for the past 40 years. Why? In a word, gentrification. Luxury homes, townhomes, condos, and high-rise apartments are being built to accommodate the influx of people moving to Greenville, seeking a lower cost of living. Meanwhile, those native to Greenville struggle to find low-income housing, pay their rent, taxes if they have a home, maintain their homes, and try to maintain a quality of life. I met a lady this weekend from California who came to Greenville to check things out. When she asked how I like living in Greenville, I guess my face kind of said it all. I shared my concerns with her, and she totally understood. She even felt bad because she understands Californians and New Yorkers, people from all over come into Greenville, and it seems to make it hard for the locals. It seems some of the very things that draw people to Greenville, things like the charm, character, and simplistic way of life, some of the things I appreciate, is gradually disappearing. I understand growth happens and things change. I just have a simple request. Let's remember the people, remember all the people who are native to Greenville. And we're asking for more time to allow more people to be informed so more voices can be heard and so they'll know how these changes will affect them. Thank you.
Thank you. Inga Flackett, Princella Lee Bridges, Ken Baxter, Paul Acey,
Good evening. I'm Inga Flackett, and I reside at 205 Welling Circle in Greenville. I'm here to speak on behalf of the HOA communities in Verde regarding the rezoning of Legacy Square. Those communities are Braden, Ruskin, Bellhaven Village, Bellhaven Towns, and the Manor. The Verde community is in favor of the rezoning of Legacy Square in Verde from an RNXC into a CM campus zoning with promised and appropriate deed restrictions in order for VDI, our developer, to be able to build their development concept that was presented to the Verde community on several occasions. VDI met 4 times with the HOA community leaders to present and discuss their development concept for Legacy Square. They also had an in-person Q&A evening with the immediate residents living around Legacy Square. And also, VDI hosted an open house for the entire Verde community. VDI also solicited the Verde community for feedback via their website imagineverde.com and had one-on-one meetings with residents who still had lingering questions. Given that a CM campus zoning allows for a much broader development than VDI intends to build, the Verde community would like to see legally binding deed restrictions that run with the land in place before any final approval of a CM zoning for Legacy Square. The entire Verde community wishes to thank Shannon and her planning team, the CZB consultants, our developer, VDI, and you all to have worked with us to guarantee a fitting and great development in Legacy Square. Thank you.
Thank you. Princella Lee Bridges.
Good evening. It is evening. My name is Princella Lee Bridges, and I live at 116 D'Orly Avenue. And I've listened to everyone talk. Some of my stuff is repetitive, but I'd like to tell you how I got here. Knowing that they were going to change the code, I took a class at the Upstate Forever Academy to learn about land preservation, to learn how to protect my community. I took the Greenville Transit Academy so I could learn how to maintain, make sure that the buses were coming in my neighborhood to take care of the residents where I live. I looked at the Greenville 2040 plan to make sure that it was in compliance with what my neighborhood was looking for. I heard the word gentrification. I don't think any of you really know what that word means because you haven't lived it. We've lived gentrification in Pleasant Valley. We can't stop it because we don't have the capital. But what we can do is make sure that what's going on in the neighborhood is treating the neighbors right. I was at the table while this plan was being developed. My neighborhood was given an opportunity to make comments. Look out for the neighborhood because we have seniors in my neighborhood that are going to be directly affected by this through tax change, through taxes increase. But what I can say is I'm happy with what's being done with the neighborhoods. They're giving us an opportunity now to come and make a difference for some of the families in the neighborhood, some of the affordable housing that's been placed in my neighborhood. You wouldn't know it from any other housing because it's quality affordable housing. So Pleasant Valley is in favor of this plan, and we ask that you please continue to make sure we're at the table so that we may have an opportunity to advance the neighborhood and prevent as much gentrification as we can. We can't stop it, but we can prevent it. And at the end of the day, our goal is to be good neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken Baxter. Okay. Paul Icy. AC, sorry.
Good evening. My name is Paul Acey, and I'm a lifelong resident of Greenville and currently live at 355 South Main Street in downtown. I'm a principal partner of Graycliff Capital Development, also based here in Greenville. Graycliff is a developer and owner in the workforce and affordable rental housing production space with over $4 billion of experience in dozens of municipalities across the country. Our business at Graycliff is dependent on understanding the impact of zoning ordinances such as the one proposed here this evening, as these types of initiatives ultimately can determine the markets where our company as well as similar developers will be able to bring new rental, workforce, and affordable housing supply. My team has examined the proposed affordable housing language as it relates to the ability to produce new workforce and affordable housing supply. And as written, not only will it not create affordable housing below 80% of area median income, but it will devastate the ability to create workforce housing to satisfy the huge housing shortage for the 80% to 120% missing middle space. The proposed affordability requirement will effectively be a moratorium on workforce and affordable housing for the foreseeable future due to the way these requirements are structured. Today, workforce and affordable housing developments are not economically viable in Greenville, partially due to the substantial increase in construction costs, but most importantly due to the 6% tax assessment levied on these properties, which represents a 50% penalty over an owner-occupied residence. The math is simple for a firm like ours, and the today as-is gap is approximately 20% to be able to deliver workforce product for the 80 to 120% AMI range. Our team estimates the proposed language would further increase this funding gap to 30%. The high construction cost environment currently penalizes developers for adding building height, as was discussed here earlier this evening, especially when you take into account the cost of elevators, structural support, conditioned corridors, and structured parking. The funding gap created by the proposed affordability language would be massive, placing an expanded burden on city funding and nonprofits like the Greenville Housing Fund to try to fill this gap to be able to actually deliver the target affordable housing production. So if our community is serious about workforce and affordable housing, what should we do? Coupling density with affordability is the wrong approach and will not work and must be deleted from the proposed code. Zoning should focus strictly on use, density, height, design guidelines that we want for our awesome community. Affordability requirements do not belong in the zoning code. Second, identify the current challenges to housing production and identify real incentives like pursuing changes to the property tax policy with the county and state officials that will attract as much private capital to this space as possible. I'd be glad to meet with any of the stakeholders and answer any questions here or at anybody's availability. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Bob Lloyd. Inez Morris. Jeff Burnett. Go ahead, Mr. Lloyd.
I'm Bob Lloyd. I live at 14 Pinckney Street. I've owned my house since 1977. When I bought it, the realtor who was involved said, "What do you want with that dog?" It's increased in value some since then. I was president of Hampton Pinckney Neighborhood Association 3 times, and I served on the infill task force, which fed into some of what is now being discussed in the zoning ordinance. I've been trying hard to follow the path of the ordinance, but this is the first time I've spoken up. I come before you today to request that the city pursue rezoning of 601 Buncombe Street, also known as the Klein property, which was rezoned in a planned development by City Council Ordinance 2018-97 on November 12th, 2018. That rezoning was preceded by a lengthy process of neighborhood meetings and negotiations involving the owner's realtor, the proposed purchaser, and city planning officials. It would take 300 minutes to summarize the activity that took place related to traffic management, parking, setbacks, screening, lighting, and building mass. Despite numerous representations in the ordinance text and in the incorporated statement of intent, no development activity making good on any of those representations took place on the property from November 12, 2018 to February 9th, 2022. At that point, 6 households in the even-numbered side of Pinckney Street engaged an attorney who previously served as chairman of this body. He thought we had a legitimate point, and he wrote a letter to city council and staff urging that a clawback of the PD designation be initiated in accordance with the applicable state statute and the existing zoning ordinance section affecting the subject matter. Sometime later, the city attorney responded by email stating that in order for the PD to be clawed back, there needed to be a rezoning. Well, to troll the late Jerry Lee Lewis, there seems to be a whole lot of rezoning going on. All the parties who were involved in that request for the subject PD have moved on. The property owner actually moved out of the city in 2015. The realtor received his commission for selling the property to another developer, and the glib original purchasers have made it all the way back to Alpharetta, Georgia. The key staff members involved have also moved on. So who's left? The adjacent property owners. And the absence of any visible activity implementing the PD continues to this day. The site already invites clawback. Under existing city policy, for the 6 abutting residential owners requested it as of February of 2022. Also, the PD clawback that is proposed in the new ordinance is more generous than the state law or the existing city ordinance require.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd.
We suggest that it be met
Mr. Lloyd, thank you.
in line with the policies that are currently in effect.
Thank you. Inez Morris.
Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Inez Morris, and I live at 4 Queen Alley, 29611. I'm in the West Greenville neighborhood. And I am here this evening just to say thank you, first of all, Shannon, for all your hard work, for those who came to our neighborhood meeting, who shared information about the code and what the difference it's going to make in our community. As our community continues to change, we are a special emphasis neighborhood. And as it's changing, it's being gentrified slowly but surely. I call it gentrification in real time. However, we realize, as someone already said, that we cannot stop it, but we can slow it down. And we hope that this code will help with affordable housing as we continue to see a need in not only our community, but other communities around us. I ask that you pass this code with a yes, because it's needed here in our city and in our neighborhoods. On behalf of Reverend Fleming and the West Greenville Neighborhood Association, we want to say thank you for all of your hard work in doing this code.
Thank you. Jeff, oh, I'm sorry.
I think my name was called whenever I was in the restroom.
Oh, sure. What's your name, ma'am?
Sandra Freeman.
Yes. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm Sandra Freeman of 31 Tyndall Avenue. I'm here again. I want to say that I do agree with the statement, the eloquent statement Matt Carter made previously. The proposed zoning is not new zoning. The zoning at 31 has been in effect when all the houses on the street and the new development were purchased. When I purchased it 26 years ago, I studied the zoning profusely before signing my documents, and I knew what the zoning was then and what it has continued to be now, which is multifamily. And it's RNB now. And I have requested it to go up to RNXB, the same as the 3 properties that surround my rear, my front, and my side. I was encouraged, I wasn't going to speak again because I don't like speaking in a group, but I was encouraged by the planning committee to speak, the planning commission, to speak and be bold. So here I am, I'm being bold. I feel like a ram butting down and I'm not getting anywhere, but maybe it'll accomplish something. With all due respect, I have presented my wishes and desires for 31 Tyndall Avenue through proper channels, and you all have copies and photos. My high hopes for today is that you will honor the Greenville 2040 plan, which if we don't pass it in Greenville, the zoning doesn't pass, we don't receive the federal money. But by not harming assets without committed effort to mitigate or lessen the pain, enduring durability of investments. Rezoning should help, not hurt. Affordable housing. I was at all the charrette meetings for the Haney-Serene plan development, and affordable housing was covered during that plan. And the Haney-Serene development, when the city took away a park, 5 acres of green space, and replaced it with 18 affordable homes. To afford these homes, you have to have $1 million+, and that is in the Haney-Serene planned development. Also, during 2003, we were promised bicycle lanes on Church Street. Well, they have the lanes on Church Street, but you'd have to be an absolute fool to get on a bicycle and go on those lanes on Church Street.
Thank you. Your time's up, ma'am.
I hate that. Let me say this. It's not a great day to be in South Carolina today. It hurts.
Thank you. All right. Now I've lost my spot. Jeff Burnett? Is that how you say your last name? Okay.
Jeff Burnett, 111 Country Club Drive. I'm opposed to this zoning ordinance and associated plan for numerous reasons. but I want to focus on affordable housing and inclusionary zoning practices such as the incentivization through density bonuses to developers to provide affordable units, which is known as optional inclusionary zoning, and whether there is any evidence that these practices actually improve housing affordability, as this has been touted as one of the key reasons we should adopt this ordinance. To date, few studies indicate that mandatory and/or optional inclusionary zoning policies increase housing supply or broadly lower prices. In fact, there are many studies that show these policies have minimal impact, or in the case of optional inclusionary zoning, no significant impact at all. This is because higher housing costs are due to limited housing supply. In fact, many have concluded taxing housing construction with the goal of creating more abundant housing for people of relatively lower income does not make sense. In theory, inclusionary zoning seems like a great idea. However, in practice, these ordinances do not deliver as promised. An example would be Chapel Hill, North Carolina, that adopted both mandatory and optional incentives for affordable housing of single and multifamily units with between 10 to 15% of units reserved for affordable housing based on HUD, similar to what's being proposed here. In 2018, policy analysis showed it had produced only 11 affordable units since the ordinance went into effect in 2011. Even with an affordable housing fund paid into developers to the city for ostensibly for land purchase or use of affordable units, similar to the open space developable height concept that is being proposed here, that created only the possibility for an additional 10 affordable homes for a total of 21 homes in 8 years. Other cities have shown negligible results as well, particularly with optional inclusionary zoning practices, even when there is a shortage of housing supply and the ability for developers to increase market rate by adding more units through increased building height. Similar to South Carolina, local municipalities in North Carolina cannot enact any form of rent control. So effectively, like here, inclusionary zoning cannot only applies to the development of housing units that are for sale. In Chapel Hill, the consequence were the construction of abundance of rental properties to avoid the requirements which disincentivize construction of for sale units. This does not help affordable housing for anyone. In fact, more regulations increase housing costs, stifle housing development, and contribute to rising house prices as developers pass on the costs for affordable units onto the consumer. This is why the Home Builder Association of Greenville put out a policy paper on the subject showing how it would not contribute to solving the affordable housing problem in Greenville, but would actually increase it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Elena Batari. Elena. Okay. Mary McGowan.
Hi, my name is Mary McGowan. I live at 12 Berkeley Avenue, 29609. I'm here tonight to represent Bike Walk Greenville, and we want to thank the commission and to everyone who came out tonight. It has been very insightful to hear very many perspectives on this draft code, and we appreciate all the work that has gone into it. Bike Walk Greenville advocates for safe, connected infrastructure for active transportation. Biking and walking is often viewed as recreational, and it's certainly something that is a valuable amenity that we have in Greenville. But even more importantly, biking and walking is affordable transportation. So it heartens me to hear all of the concerns for affordable housing. And we believe that affordable transportation goes hand in hand with that. So we're here in tandem with our partners and friends here tonight advocating for affordable housing and even bigger picture, an affordable way of living here in Greenville and preserving that for everyone in our community. For that to happen, we need density and we need this code reform. We agree that it is not perfect, but it is a major step forward and it's a step worth taking. So in our collective interest in the fight against sprawl, I join many others in asking the commission to vote yes on this draft so that we can move forward on building a more livable and vibrant Greenville. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Klausner?
My name is Dan Klausner. I'm CEO of Verde Development, Inc. I'm not sure how to take this, if it should be save the best for last, or if I'm Mr. Irrelevant in the NFL draft. But, you know, I had a whole speech prepared, but I'm kind of going to deviate from that a little bit. And I think we sent to Planning Commission a document regarding Legacy Square, where we shared kind of 4-page overview of the planning efforts conducted since the beginning of 2023, specific to the property, some concept plans, and several dozen emails of support that we've collected from the neighborhood that I hope you've had a chance to review. You heard Inga speak before, and what I want to say is, you know, as a large landholder in the city of Greenville, we moved from 1 zoning classification to 12 zoning classifications. And, you know, that could be upsetting to a lot of people. It's a lot of work. I think the city has done a great job to keep the door open and deal with us constantly coming in with new questions about new zoning classifications one by one, because we had to conquer them one by one. The door was always open. They sent us to go talk with our residents. We opened the door to the residents, had very meaningful conversations, and I think built a lot of trust with residents that are here today in support of what we're doing. And so I think my message today is we're in support of campus. We're in support of the code. I think there should be some trust with your developer and your residents working together and trust the process and trust the code. It's going to be an evolution, and but it's definitely a positive direction. Thank you to Shannon and their staff for working with us through the process. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone I missed? Yes. Okay, come on up. Hold on, I gotta find you. You can walk, it's all right. We're ahead of schedule.
Yep. Is this thing?
All right.
Okay. So excited to be here. Thank you.
If you will state your name one more time.
So my name is Bennett Mears. I live at 101 Review Drive. And with a comment earlier, I'm one of those absolute fools who bikes on Church Street and all around Greenville. Biking is my primary mode of transportation. Okay, I'm going to stick to the script now. Good evening. My name is Bennett Mears and I live at 101 Review Drive. Okay, we got that. Thank you to the commission for listening to extensive public feedback over the last few months. I support the updated development code. I support the establishment of mixed-use zoning and the provisions for nodes and corridors. I support the provisions for walkability and safe mobility, replicating the successes of spaces like One City Plaza and the fight to reclaim Falls Park and to expand the Main Street sidewalks. This past weekend, Artisphere reminded us how rewarding and attractive safe walkable spaces are. The development code will mean that it's not just Main Street and those rich enough to live nearby who can enjoy safe mobility. Thank you for listening to young professionals like myself who call Greenville home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Did I miss anybody else? Yes. You can come forward. Name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Justin Teague. I live at 212 East Broad Street in Greenville. Before I start, I just kind of wanted to echo something that was mentioned at the very beginning of this, which was that having these meetings at 4 p.m. on a Monday really hinders the ability for a lot of young professionals like myself to come here. I myself had to ask for PTO just to come here. I think this is a little bit disruptive and it doesn't paint a good picture of who can actually come to these meetings, given that it's mostly retired people. I wanted to speak on this code to say that I agree with the proposed development code standards. but I don't necessarily believe that it goes far enough. Two of the nodes, or not nodes, but of the zoning classifications I wanted to touch on were the RNX zoning classifications. So I noticed while reading through these that there's only, I think it's RNX-B and RNX-D that provide the ability to have food and beverage licensed. And there's no ability for anybody to provide like a brewery or any kind of bar or wine establishment. Many people scoff at the idea of having alcohol served in a neighborhood zone, but I would just like to point to the fact that according to the CDC, hold on, I've got it written down here. The South Carolina DUI rates are 78% higher than the national average, even though our total alcohol consumption is in the bottom 10% of the national average. And then I wanted to take an example from the zoning code of how I think this is not necessarily looking at this in the best way. So if you take Tetrad, for example, which is a brewery downtown that most people know, that place is very hard to get to without a car. Due to the minimum parking requirements that are provided in the code, any place like that has to have at least 26 parking spots. What are we doing if we're telling people that like we want them to come drink beer, but then like you have to drive there? Like we're just encouraging this. So, I mean, like I just worry things like the RNX zoning make it easier for people to be able to serve the thing, because like we all want to say that people aren't going to drink. That's just not realistic. Like people like to go out, people like to have a good time, and I'd rather not die walking down the street because of that. And then last but not least, maybe I'd just like to state that I think the zoning proposal is good. I hope everybody votes in the affirmative for it. I'd just like to mention, I worry that the fact that we see a lot of the RH zoning areas are in very higher income areas. And I think that's a little ironic given what the city did to destroy the Black population in the southern side neighborhood. So I think that should be taken into effect. And whenever anybody that comes up here says that we should respect their single family housing requirements in a high income area, don't. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor or opposition? Oh. Name and address, please.
Mr. May Hong. I live in the 2112 East North Street and 206 Wales Street. And I just heard a new zoning is coming. I don't expect that is happen to my property, just like everybody. So it's 400 pages for me to read. I don't think so. It's enough time for me to understand 400 page document. I know you all work very hard to issue everything good for the city, good for the people, but for the community where I stay. I really don't expect this zoning change, because when you change the zoning, this old zoning, I have right to get a permit, a special permission, also a auto permission, full permission, I can have in the old zoning. But the new zoning, everything take away. So I lost my chance. And the second, I know you, everybody work very hard, I understand. I do appreciate. But another thing, the more difficult for my community, I occupy this property since 1986 when I come to here. I love my property to keep like the same thing. I don't like too many things change in my mind. It's very difficult for me to adjust it. And the second, I asking all my neighbors, no one will encourage to change the zoning. I ask them to come. Their answer to me, city always right. City always in power. I'm not talking you debates to us. I'm talking, please listen to our voice. We really don't like a change our zone. You came from the East Park Avenue. Go to the East North Street to the Pleasant Drive. They have about 50% business there for the property. Come from join with East Park Avenue on the right side. To enter Pleasant Drive, 50% business there. I don't know why we have to change it to the residence. What do you call that? HR.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. What? Yeah, neither. Name and address, please.
My name is Atir Saveska Sharp. I reside at 34 Rowley Street, and I'm here as a cautionary tale of what developers and politicians will smooth you over with their lies. My historic neighborhood was ruined with a similar plan. Nothing that was promised was done, and there's nobody to do anything about it. So once you take that road, there's no turning back. And I guarantee that this meeting, just like the one that occurred in my neighborhood, it was already approved. The plans were already approved before the public was ever invited. It's called a Delphi meeting, and they're the UN Agenda 2040. You're welcome to look it up. I think that they're probably part of it, and he's probably part of it.
Ma'am, I can promise you this plan has not been approved, so I would
It
appreciate,
has.
well-
I mean, everyone's giving so much kudos to the
ma'am,
developers.
please, we're not going to have accusatory things. This is the voting body for
You're
recommendation.
telling the truth of what happens when things go
I
to the
appreciate that, but we're not going to accuse people of things at this meeting. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor or opposition? Yes, sir.
My name's Konstantinon Hasiotis. I go by Dino Hasiotis. My brother and I own the property at 907 Pendleton Street, which is currently OJ's Diner. Under C3, we were a fully conforming use. Under RDV, we are a non-conforming use. Under MX2/4, we're not conforming use. By adding the new 19/3.5-2/A/.8 restriction to having a drive-through speaker and menu board facing a residential housing development, RH, RRN imposes more restrictions and causes more nonconformity to our property. Already, our drive-through window is non-conforming. Under this use, our speaker and our fascia board will be non-conforming. Our menu board up front, our sign is non-conforming. The more non-conformities you add to a property, the less valuable a property becomes. You're causing undue loss of value to our property by these nonconformities. We do not want to see this additional nonconformity added to our property.
Can you state the address for that property one more time?
907 Pendleton Street.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One more.
All right. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is David Freeman. I reside at 10 Neal Street, which is in the Heritage neighborhood. I'll keep this very quick and brief. I will admit ignorance on many things and not always the most civil, government-minded. However, in the recent weeks and as the signs went up around my neighborhood, speaking of this zoning meeting, I began to become interested and involved in what's going on. I don't know the process and how the voting works exactly, but I guess I would ask a delay of formally approving the proposal and so that there can be more time for those like me who, between Easter and COVID and the various things that have occurred, there will be an opportunity to dive further into this and truly understand a 400+ page document that can affect deeply my neighborhood and my personal property. And of course, I would promise to get out there and help get those other young professionals and various people who may not be as connected to dive in and read while the opportunity is still out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to speak in favor or opposition? Last call. Okay. We will close the public portion of the hearing and we'll ask the city if they want to address any comments.
Yes, ma'am. We do have a rebuttal proposed.
Okay.
We may need a 3-minute tech break real quick. We understood there might be an issue with WebEx. And we want to check that real quick before we continue on with the meeting.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break then.
Okay, thank you.
Solve.
What's that?
That's, yeah.
It's on Friday.
Hang on.
We're looking for active.
This is our
I don't know why I need admin.
Oh, shit, Jeff, I don't think I have any. I thought I did. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. You have any admin? We're good. Let's go.
Okay. Sorry, Jeff.
That's fine.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's go. She's gonna join the planning commission.
Already told that.
We're ready.
Yep, okay, great. Thank you, Commission. Okay, all right. Thank you for giving the city an opportunity to respond and use our time for a rebuttal. I want to thank all of our speakers who either expressed concern or spoke in support of the code this evening. Thank you all. I think it's really important, the public process that's occurred here tonight and at other meetings, and I want to tell you how much we sincerely appreciate your participation. Thank you very much. That can be clapped. You can clap. We should embrace the public process. I think it's fantastic. Okay, first I want to talk about the public process that we have gone through for this project. The city has done more outreach for this development code update than any project in city history. Next slide, please, Austin. This came fresh off the heels of the 2-year process to update our comprehensive plan. Greenville 2040 was a 2-year process that also had tremendous public input and engagement. We had a steering committee of 42 members from neighborhoods across this city, and you heard from many of our neighborhoods this evening and who met repeatedly to agree on what was best not for one particular resident, business, or neighborhood, but on the big issues facing our community. After 2 years of incredible public engagement, which went virtual during the pandemic and made it possible for anyone with a phone or computer to participate in the discussion, our city council unanimously passed the comprehensive plan. This doesn't happen everywhere. Look at the no votes in other communities. The consensus around the future of Greenville was overwhelming, and we went straight from Greenville 2040 into this development code project. Before we move on, I will also share that Greenville 2040 and the process we went through won the top planning project award from the South Carolina American Institute chapter of the American Planning Association. We're proud of the work that the community and the 2040 steering committee did, and other communities across the state recognize the tremendous work and achievements of that plan. Next slide, please, Austin. I mentioned public process and education. Every month since January 2022, we have held education sessions and interactive public sessions on our new code. We have a dedicated project website that, as of today, has over 28,000 unique visitors to the site. That's not repeat traffic. Those are individuals who have wanted to learn about the code. We have spoken about this project at neighborhood meetings, public presentations, and so many other public settings for the past year and a half. I applaud the work of our communications department and our public relations manager for their passion and dedication to this project. We would not be here this evening without them. Our online engagement throughout this project is unprecedented for our community. Next slide, please. Before our consultants even started working on the code or the map, City Council asked them to come and study 5 distinct areas of the city to become intimately familiar with our community with Greenville. These areas included Greater Sullivan neighborhood, Main, Stone, Rutherford, Buncombe Corridor, and Node, North Lawrence Corridor, McAllister Square, Node, and the Augusta, Malden, Pleasantburg Corridor and Node. We had public open houses for each of these study areas and worked with committees of business owners and neighborhood representatives in each. This was yet another step in the process for our consultants to understand Greenville and to create a zoning map that works for our community. Next slide. In terms of code rollout, this slide is a small snapshot of all the work the city has done since January. A few more statistics, in addition to what you see on the screen. The development code outreach by the numbers: 9 learning labs, 13 digital postcards, 17 web pages creating 28,000 unique visitors, 21 videos, 75 public and neighborhood meetings, hundreds of social media posts, 228 comments submitted online, 1,000 signs, and 21,326 direct mail postcards, and unlimited public comments accepted even through this afternoon. And I think that's one of the things that you heard was the accessibility of the city throughout this process to try and address each and every concern, no matter how little or how big. So now I'm gonna switch gears a little bit and talk about protecting neighborhoods. We have touched on this at every meeting, but I want to talk about the protections this code provides for our neighborhoods one final time, because I don't think that we can say it quite enough. This seems to be where many of the remaining concerns are, and I want the planning staff to have the final word on what this code does for neighborhoods. Small number of cities have made headlines in recent years for eliminating single-family zoning. Greenville is not part of that list. Greenville's new code retains single-family zoning through its proposed residential house-scale districts. The consultants analyzed existing parcel sizes and prevailing development patterns in Greenville's neighborhoods as part of the process of applying the new district classification to properties throughout the city. Most properties zoned R9 today with a minimum of 9,000 square foot lots have been assigned RHB designations, minimum size 9,000 square foot lot. And most properties zoned R6 today, a minimum size lot of 6,000 square feet, have been recommended as RHC, minimum lot size 6,000 square feet. Other areas with even larger lots, such as Stone Lake and Gower, have been given an RHA zoning, a new residential district with minimum lot sizes of 18,000 square feet, due to the larger prevailing lot sizes in these neighborhoods. Meanwhile, a new small lot house scale designation, RHD, with minimum lot sizes of 3,000 square feet, has been assigned to neighborhoods with even smaller common lot sizes, including areas of Verde, North Main, Greater Sullivan, and West Greenville. This right sizing of residential districts is an important part of the update process and is intended to preserve existing neighborhoods by preventing incompatible small subdivision lots and limiting the bulk and mass of new construction. Again, this right sizing of residential districts is an important part of the update process and is intended to preserve existing neighborhoods by preventing incompatible small subdivision lots and limiting the bulk and mass of new construction. Existing homes are not affected by the rezoning and may be rebuilt to their original footprint if destroyed by fire or any other natural disaster. With the final proposed map modifications, the percentage of private property with single-family zoning designation has increased from 33.6% today to 36.8% under the new code. So what else does this code do for neighborhoods? It provides transitions between commercial buildings that abut residential properties. I think we can all agree, and we've heard it from all of our people who spoke about they want to make sure that their properties are protected. The commercial business is required to have a larger setback, providing a fence and landscape buffer, and must set their upper floor back away from the residential property to provide for a transition. This is another critical feature of the code that protects our neighborhoods and is something that our current code does not allow. Instead, under the current code, a 40-foot tall building could be built by right 5 feet from the property line. We've heard repeated comments that the current zoning is better. I think our staff would say that these transition standards surpass any of the supposed neighborhood protections in our existing code today. Next slide, please. Because the new code is a form-based code, it includes more specific standards for height, mass, and bulk of buildings. Each residential district includes not only an overall building height, but a sidewall height as well for primary structures and accessory structures. These do not exist in our current code. These are intended to help protect new homes from looming over their neighbors and to help preserve the character and integrity of our residential districts. Next slide, please. Another important part of the new code that helps protect neighborhoods is new subdivision standards. These are largely missing from our current ordinance. The new code provides regulations for lot size in each zoning district. Because we have right-sized the zoning districts for each neighborhood, these subdivision standards will help ensure new residential lots are more consistent in size and layout than our current code provides. Lots also have building coverage maximums so that huge homes will not take up the entire parcel. Lastly, the code removes cottage subdivisions as these by nature will result in redevelopment of large residential lots into incompatible small lots with inconsistent building configurations. Next slide, please. These next few slides have a few examples of how the new code protects neighborhoods better than our current LMO, Land Management Ordinance. On this slide, we looked at a 3-acre lot in Gower. Under today's R6 zoning, a developer could build a cul-de-sac and probably add as many as 12 homes with lot sizes as small as 6,000 square feet. Or they could propose a cottage subdivision with as many as 21 homes. Under the new RHA zoning, 3 lots. That's it. This is because of the new minimum lot size of 18,000 square feet and minimum width requirement of 80 feet. And this is about protecting the rhythm of the street and the character of the street and the rhythm of the street. And we discussed this many years ago during a subdivision about how important it is to protect the rhythm of the street. And that's what this code is doing in this example. Staff believes the RHA zoning and new development code provide much more protection for this neighborhood. Let's look at another one. This site is located in our Sterling neighborhood. Sterling is one of our neighborhoods where the code has facilitated rapid gentrification and incompatible development that towers over the existing homes. You heard about some of that earlier this evening. This is due to the current RM1 zoning district. Under the code, much of Sterling will go to RHD or RNA, but the RHD is single family. On this slide, a developer could build 6 3-story townhomes on this site, where almost everything around it is a 1-story single-family residence or duplex. Under the proposed RHD district, a maximum of 5 single-family homes could go there. No townhomes, no apartments. This zoning provides new certainty and predictability for a neighborhood that is currently experiencing much change and uncertainty. Our last example is looking at the Pettigrew district. Much of this neighborhood is in a historic district with predominant single-family residents. However, the zoning of OD is the same current zoning as our hospitals and universities, completely inappropriate for this historic neighborhood. More recently, the neighborhood has been subject to numerous applications for short-term rentals. Many of the homes have been converted to professional offices, but many of the residents still remain. The proposed RNXB zoning allows for a robust mix of residential and small-scale commercial, including professional offices, but it also stops the conversion of this special historic neighborhood to a hotel district by disallowing short-term rentals. In summary, this is another example of how the code helps protect our neighborhoods. Next slide, please. This is a code that talks about the non-conforming single-family homes, as this was brought up this evening, and we want to make sure that we are addressing this concern. Non-conforming uses are standard and ordinary part of zoning. We understand that, and we are empathetic and want to respect that. The city cannot force non-conforming homes to make changes upon adoption of a zoning ordinance. Non-conforming structures can make improvements, renovate, and even expand under the new code. And staff has recommended a provision that will allow non-conforming homes destroyed by fire or natural disaster to be rebuilt. The standards that are currently proposed in the ordinance for non-conformities are consistent with most insurance policies and FEMA requirements and will enable all residences to continue to remain in their current condition unless the owner decides to redevelop the property and build under the current code. Changes in citywide zoning. I want to talk just a second about this. As mentioned, and I don't have a slide on this, but I want to talk about this real quick before we go into the recommendation. As mentioned, the new development code is an important part of implementing the city's comprehensive plan, which was adopted in early 2021. Greenville 2040 is the policy document that provided the overarching framework for the new code. The 3 priorities of affordable housing, open space, and transportation and mobility are embedded throughout the code, while the node and corridor framework was the driving principle behind the zoning map. The code reflects the community's desires expressed throughout the Greenville 2040 process to continue growing and developing, but in a well-intentioned, well-planned, being very intentional way. With the adoption of the new code and maps, development will be concentrated downtown along transportation corridors, which also includes, we think sometimes of just roads as transportation corridors, but we also consider Swamp Rabbit Trail transportation corridor, and within nodes that are walkable mixed-use centers located throughout the city. Directing growth toward these areas will reduce development pressure in our existing neighborhoods and help preserve those existing neighborhoods from any other development squeezing in. And I think that that's really what there is a concern about throughout the city, is preserving existing neighborhoods. Okay, now we're moving into our items for Planning Commission recommendation. During the public hearing, staff has heard comments on several items that we have also received correspondence and requests for changes over the last several months. We have added to these to slides in case Planning Commission would like to review them further. First is the fueling stations. These are a major retail business in Greenville and located throughout the city. Representatives of one company did request the BH business heavy zoning on their properties. Staff is unable to recommend this change for all of their locations. However, for this one example here, staff did provide a BG zoning, but would not be able to support BH because of the residential zoning that is adjacent. Planning Commission may wish to provide another classification or text change with its recommendation to City Council. And we did attempt to make some modifications in the code to address existing fueling stations. And I think we would ask you tonight to consider, do we need to make any additional changes to that text? Because we understand the concerns. We want to be responsive to those concerns. And so I think that we've been trying to work on some potential text that maybe would address what we have that goes a little further and is better to address than what we have in the current addenda. So that's the first item for consideration tonight. The second item is we've heard about Tyndall Avenue, and that was discussed this evening. Staff has recommended RNB zoning at 31 and 33 Tyndall Avenue. The property is currently zoned RM2. So while they may be single-family residences, the property is zoned RM2, which is multifamily and allows a minimum of 20 units per acre. The property owner would like to have limited commercial options for these parcels, and they have requested RNXB. The petition from the Tyndall Avenue residents would like to preserve the residential character of this street and have suggested RNA. So staff is right in the middle at RNB. And so we would ask if you want to make a change, we would bring that before you this evening for consideration. Like I said, we'll stick with the RNB, knowing that there's a request for RNXB and there's a request for RNA. Okay. And then we've got some pictures there if y'all wanted to see it, just so you can see the existing properties. Those were the two things that we heard this evening that we thought really needed to be addressed. We feel like the non-conforming language should address the concerns that were noted, but if you have additional changes to the non-conforming language, that would be the third thing we would ask for consideration from the Planning Commission. All right. First, in conclusion, the new code and map are consistent with Greenville 2040, our comprehensive plan that was passed over 2 years ago with overwhelming community support. It prioritizes what the community told us is most important to them: affordable housing, open space, and transportation and mobility. This code helps implement Greenville 2040 and codifies its important priorities into action. Next, this code was designed working with and for the people who live here. The code prioritizes neighborhoods, appropriate infill development, and targeted growth along major roads and intersections. Growth will occur in Greenville County and inside the city of Greenville, but this code prioritizes our existing neighborhoods and those who already call the city of Greenville home. Next slide. The code will ensure growth occurs in a responsible and intentional, well-planned way. Growth will happen. It is happening. And the last few years have seen the greatest number of building permits in the city's history. And it doesn't look as though growth is slowing down this year either. So we want to make sure that this growth happens in a responsible, balanced way and in places where it makes sense. Next slide. This code protects neighborhoods. We've demonstrated the many ways the proposed zoning code and map accomplishes this important goal this evening. We heard how important our neighborhoods are again and again throughout this process, and we are confident that the new code delivers on this process, on this promise. I would add on that one of the things that staff is recommending and would ask for is a 6-month mandatory review period followed by another 6-month mandatory review period, and then annually thereafter. And the reason that we've asked for that, which has never been done in the city before, and quite frankly, I don't know is being done in any other community in South Carolina, is because we want to ensure that this code does exactly what we say it's going to do. And if it's not, and we're failing, that we address it head on immediately and make the necessary changes to be able to make this code work for everyone within the city of Greenville. And so I think that when we start talking about all of these ideals, sometimes it's impossible to know exactly how every single minutia is going to work. But the idea is that once we put this into action and we start working with it on a day-to-day basis, we know that we will identify the things that need to be updated or modified to meet what our citizens expect of us and what Greenville 2040 expects of us. And in order to do that, we are going to ask for a mandatory review period because we want to be accountable to you all, to the city council, and to, most importantly, our citizens, that we are doing the best job we can with zoning for this community. Okay, next, this process has included unprecedented public outreach and community engagement. We've heard from neighborhood leaders that they have never seen this level of outreach on a city project before. As the assistant city manager and planning director, I commend the work that our staff and departments have done to get the word out about this project, to meet with property owners, to intently listen and learn residents' concern and work as a group on solutions. I also want to thank our city partners and neighborhood presidents for inviting us to their associations and board meetings. They have all helped us get the word out and helped us make sure to establish new neighborhood contacts. And if we missed anyone, then we tried with our postcards and our signs. But I want to say that throughout this process, we are still listening and we want to be as responsive as possible, and we will continue to do so regardless of what happens this evening, next week, next month. We want to be the most responsive planning staff in the entire state, and we want to listen and make sure that we are addressing all of the needs. Next slide. So I stand before you this evening, and I'm asking for a vote from Planning Commission this evening. We are asking you to vote to approve this plan and move it along to City Council. We know the incredible amount of written comments you have received in addition to the spoken comments at these public hearings. We believe you have the sufficient materials and information before you to make a decision, and we are asking you to vote on the code and the zoning map. We know that this code isn't perfect, but we cannot let perfect stand in the way of making the right decision for this long overdue zoning update. This code is a living document and a major step forward for our community. Greenville prides itself on doing things differently. We get compared to Charlotte and Atlanta all the time. Greenville is not Charlotte, and Greenville is not Atlanta. As one of our speakers said this evening, Greenville is a special place. We are proactive and innovative. We pride ourselves on listening to and responding to residents, whether they're from Greenville or moved here last year. We believe this code is good for Greenville. The city is committed to continuing to review and refine the code on an ongoing basis as we see what works and what still needs fine-tuning. So with that commitment, I ask Planning Commission to recommend this code to City Council tonight. Next slide, please, Austin. Staff is recommending approval of Z12023 with the modifications published on April 28th. Planning Commission is welcome to recommend additional changes as part of its recommendation to City Council. Thank you again for your time and commitment to this process. With that, Chairperson Terry, I will turn it back over to the Commission.
Thank you, Shannon.
Shannon, can we ask?
Yeah, Shannon, we probably, you can't go away yet. No.
Dang it.
Nice try.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead, Derek.
I just had one quick one. It was mentioned
and I think it's the only solution we heard suggested for affordable housing, was that we do something about property tax in that regard. It's my understanding state code will not allow that.
That's right. And that is completely separate from zoning, and we have no authority over property tax. That is handled through our county tax assessor.
And even the city doesn't have, I mean,
Any other questions for Shannon? I have a few, but if anybody else has some.
I have one. Just want to clarify. Anything that isn't already included as a recommendation from staff at this point. So I know some new suggestions or requests came in the last few days. So what would we say to those people?
So you have a couple of options. Anything that you heard this evening or that you received that you would like to make a modification to since the April 28th addenda, you can make that as part of your recommendation tonight. Or if you don't make it as part of your recommendation because you're just not ready to do that or you don't necessarily agree with it, there's still an option for them to ask that recommendation to city council, and they can send correspondence to city council. This is your recommendation that goes forward to city council. So if there's anything specific that you would like changed, I would recommend that you add that to your recommendation this evening.
Okay, and so if that didn't happen, if we weren't comfortable enough with a little not adequate knowledge to make such a recommendation, would then the recommendation be to revisit that in 6 months?
That's right. So that's another option because we have the 6-month review and we've already set up our internal document in-house that we've aligned internally to match up with the existing code document. And each code section that comes in, we will be doing a review of that within the next 6 months. And there may be something that comes in, it could be anything from a finished floor elevation to the height of the retaining wall to the street topology. I mean, there's a lot of things that could happen over the next 6 months that we want to look at changing. We could add that to the 6-month review. We could also add zoning map changes to the 6-month review as well. But that's if there's something tonight though that you feel strongly about, I would encourage you to include it in your recommendations to city council.
I have a question, Shannon.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me? The woman who owns 31 and 33 Tyndall Avenue, have you had any dialogue together?
Yes, we have.
So she was recommending that she wants the RNA, is that correct?
She wants RNXB, I think.
And the reason for your recommendation for RNB is because it is next to commercial, or what was?
So it sits right between commercial and single family residential because her home is actually single family residential. And the current zoning is RM2, and we felt that RNB was the closest match to that. The RNXB allows for additional commercial uses that staff is not comfortable with that recommendation.
Commissioner Adams, sorry, is your mic on?
It was having a problem a minute ago too.
That scared me. I was like,
I know, where did that come from? Lens will work.
Okay, what about this? Okay. All right.
Ma'am, thank you.
The
Thank you.
zoning, the zoning is RM2, which is multifamily.
Okay, so if you're recommending RNB because
We believe that is like for like with the RM2.
Okay.
Which presently the zoning does not allow any commercial in that.
The RM2 zoning does allow office by special exception, but the RNB would allow for daycare and some school uses. So we feel like that's the most equivalent that we have to an RM2.
Would that change, because I'm thinking about like parking, things like that, if there's making exceptions, not exceptions, but just designing or developing for parking if it is a RNB. So I'm just future-wise,
Regardless of the zoning, and I think we find this throughout, you still have to meet the standards.
Sure.
You still have to meet the form-based code standards. And if you're trying to put too much on the lot, regardless of the zoning, you're not going to be able to meet the standards, and you're not going to get approval through staff. At some point, the land can only support so much intensity.
Okay, so A does not allow any commercial at all?
No, and I think the reason that the neighborhood asked for RNA was because it allows for lesser density.
Right. I see where it breaks up some of the mass on it versus on the B. So there's okay, I get it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Question.
Go ahead.
Do you feel like you're going to wait for 6 months?
I mean,
Or if something came up in 3 months?
if something came up and we thought it was really important, I mean, something significant, we're not going to wait 6 months. There's no benefit to the community in that.
Go ahead, Diane.
Okay.
And
I wanna
is
go-
there any
Oh,
place,
sorry. Go ahead.
is there any place that the mandatory review period is actually part of a modification, or does that need to be part of any?
I think we need to add that.
I would
in.
add it as part of your recommendation, and I respectfully ask that you do. We would want to also include it in the ordinance that is forwarded to city council to have the mandatory review period as part of that.
Okay, thank you.
Would that get roped into the text of the code at some point in here for review, or is that just part of the motion?
It would just be part of the motion, but it would be part of the ordinance that actually passes the code, which would make it go until any future time in the future, any future city council decided to change that ordinance, they could. Otherwise, that would be the expectation since it was part of the ordinance that passed the document.
Okay. Go ahead, Diane.
Okay, I want to go back to 31 Tyndall.
Okay.
Under RNB, what can be done on that piece of property?
It's basically multifamily and some home occupations and some very light neighborhood uses such as a daycare.
And how many units?
I believe it's 12, 8, I think. We're looking, I don't have the code in front of me, I'm sorry.
8 to 10. So, but, okay.
8 to 10, and an RNA is 4.
Okay, and so as it's currently zoned, RM2, it's 20 units per acre, right?
That's correct.
And it's just right, it's 0.289 acres.
That's
So if
correct.
I did my math right, that's 5 units.
That's correct.
So really, this person could get more units under this new code.
Under the RNB, possibly.
Yeah, okay. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, I've got a question.
Go ahead.
Shannon, remind me, after council, say, approves it, how long before then this code gets fully implemented?
So we would ask for council to have a 30-day effective date so that it gives people time to start working with the code and gives us time to go out and educate the community on the code. We will go out. We've been, as I joke, we've been on our world tour since January. Might as well keep going. And we are happy to go out and help people understand the new code, work with people on the new code. So it would be a 30-day review, a 30-day implementation date upon adoption.
And how is that communicated then out to the community so that people know?
Once the code is adopted, we would work with our communications team on a full communications plan.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else for the moment? I've got a few things to unpack.
Okay, dokie.
The first one, and I think I know the answer to this. I just want to make sure I know the answer to this.
Okay.
Mr. Lloyd's comment about the Buncombe Street property, the Klein property, the PD zoning, can you just address that as far as, I know that the PDs become a zoning type of their own and it takes an act of Congress to get them changed. I understand his concern with that. What does that look like from the city's perspective is there an expiration date? Is there if nothing happens, or what does that look like in the process?
I mean, there's specific rules in place around a plan development and what's considered a vested right or not. But separate from that issue is we have a lot of PDs in town that are similar to what Mr. Lloyd described in terms of they haven't, not a lot's happened with them over the years. And we didn't want to touch any PD as part of the zoning, knowing that PDs are such a kind of a special little case. And so once we get through this, there's several things that we still have to work on. This is just the first step. One is that we want to go and look at all of the PDs in the city and work with all of those owners to see if they would like to convert from one of the new zoning classifications. And so we understand the desire for that PD, the Klein property PD, and we would like to work with the new property owners to see if there was, go through and work with them on that, work with the neighborhood. Another example is the Haney Serene PD. I mean, that's a huge plan development in the city, and the Haney Serene neighborhood came and saw us a couple of months ago. and they like things within the new code. I think that's okay to say. I know Mr. Slicky was here earlier, but I'm not sure if he's still here. So-
He's right there.
Yeah, so he'll correct me if I'm wrong. But they have a lot of interest in us taking on that plan and that PD and updating it, and doing that as part of our next year's work plan, which we have asked for money in our budget this coming year. Our budget goes into place July 1. And that would be one of our major projects in our next upcoming year. So really the projects for the planning staff moving forward, if and when this is adopted, is several things. One, looking at all existing PDs and trying to update those and see if there's options to modify them to current zoning. Two is to work with the Haney Serene neighborhood on a plan and also the Green Line Spartanburg community on a plan. And three is to update our downtown design guidelines that would be in keeping with the expansion of the DRB area. And separate from this, but shouldn't be forgotten, is also working with our GRAC committee and our sustainability planner and our sustainability plan to take that to the next step and look at ways that we can take specific elements of our sustainability plan and if there's ways to add that to the code. And so those are the 4 things that our team will be focused on in the next year. That's probably more than you wanted to know.
That's okay. That's all right. And I'm having trouble, I don't know if the rest of this crew is, understanding the fueling station conversation. I just want to make sure that, I mean, obviously I've read the text for the amendment to that section. I think I'm just struggling to understand where the conflict between the way it sits today and what was requested.
Okay. So the fueling station conversation is that there's build to requirements in many of the MX zones, which is what the zoning classification is that we have placed on many of the zoning of the fueling stations. And the reason for that is because that we are trying to protect existing neighborhoods. We're trying to encourage mixed-use zoning on the corridors. And so we were very specific about those zoning classifications. The existing fueling stations are concerned because those build-to requirements could hinder their ability to redevelop their property if they wanted to basically renovate the fueling station. So a lot of times the fueling stations will want to come in, they may want to expand the C-store, the convenience store, tear it down and rebuild it. They may want to expand their pumps. They may want to update their canopy. And the concern from our fueling station businesses is that they don't want to do anything under the code where if they wanted to do that, that they would have to bring that all up to speed or up to the code, where if they're just trying to renovate, that all of a sudden they have to, change all their existing property to be different than how it is today. And so what we're trying to do is to find a happy medium there that says, okay, new properties you're going to have to meet, but existing properties that are non-conforming, we want to make sure to work with you. So if you do want to rehabilitate your station or rehab it, or you want to expand it, that the code is not disincentivizing that in any form or fashion.
Which I think ties to one of my questions I had as a comment in the last meeting about the table that I think you guys addressed generally, that talks about additions or new construction having to meet different parts of so that's generally what you're speaking to.
That's right. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'll talk about that in a minute. Okay. Any other questions for Shannon?
You can go back on one item. On the 6-month, 12-month review, are you saying that review will start at 6 months, or we'll have a something to review at 6 months?
You will have something to review at 6 months. We will be working on it from the day the code starts until we are legally bound to be back in front of you with that review.
I guess I would like to follow up with the fuel station thing. So, that's just a pretty standard thing. If you renovate to such an extent, you come up to code. And so is it different for fueling stations?
Well, I think their concern is related to the location of the pumps and ensuring that if they want to expand their pumps or they want to redo their fueling station, that they're not going to be asked to basically demolish everything on site and bring it up to the street. I think they still want to be able to do those things. And the example that was given to us was there was one property in town, and I don't want to say the location, but they were going to expand their convenience store. They were not doing anything different to their pumps or to the canopy. They wanted to expand the convenience store. And at the time, this was, you know, as I say, BS before Shannon. And the director said, no, you're going to have to tear everything down and bring it up to the street. And so that caused them a lot of consternation, as you can imagine, because they weren't trying to change the location of the pumps or the fueling. What they were trying to do was expand the C-store. And so we're trying to figure out a way to work with that so that we don't do anything to harm someone or harm a business that's just wanting to improve the C-store. That makes sense.
Yeah, and what I was going to, go ahead, Derek. Go ahead.
So do y'all have a recommendation then?
We do.
But
And we
can you
included
go
it
back
in
to
our,
that?
we included it in our latest addenda from April 28th. That includes all of our modifications. We had expanded it to a 25% limit, and I think that's part of the issue.
So it's a part of the stuff you put into I did see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take this opportunity to go back to my seat.
Okay, sorry.
I'm not going anywhere.
Okay. You're good. You can go sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just looking for that. I'm struggling with this one for some reason. All right.
So I assume we're on to deliberations. So this is what the city is recommending. Is that,
That's a public comment, I believe.
that's a public comment.
Isn't that correct, Austin? The sheet you handed us earlier was a public comment based on the fuel?
Yes.
Right, so where's y'all's suggestion?
Well, our suggestion is in the April 28th addenda, and then that's the public comment about changes they would like to see to our addenda to address the fueling stations. But we received it after we had already emailed everything to y'all. So anything we receive late, we always print and put at your dais.
So we got a lot to probably talk about, I would imagine, too. I wonder, can we sidestep this meeting? I mean,
What'd you say?
can we skip that part or? come
Well, you
back
can
to
do
it
a couple
maybe,
of
or-
things. You can go with staff's recommendation, and then bring this back in 6 months for part of the 6-month review, or you can incorporate that language as part of your recommendation to city council.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of applicability. There's just a lot of question about this applicability table that I still have. So I do feel like that's something which I think the fuel service is obviously having the same issue with the table that I do, just because it's a hard line to decide when a renovation should kick into conformity or addition, frankly. And that was the question I had early on about that table anyway, specifically on the addition with the development bonuses or whatever else might, need to happen, the blocks, lots, the setbacks, all that sort of stuff. So I'm not prepared to really, I don't know about y'all. I've got to unpack that one a little bit more than just sitting here making a decision on it, I think. Because I want to make sure we're fully educated before we go there.
And that's why we have the 6-month review process. And if there's something that y'all want us to work on before the 6 months, that's what we were just talking about. I mean, it doesn't have to wait for the 6 months.
Yeah, and I think that one's fairly, I think it's coinciding with something else too, so that probably needs a little more discussion as well. Okay. All right. I don't know generally if there's comments that have not been addressed that the commission has that we need to discuss, or I feel like I'm playing tennis here with y'all. But if there's something that you guys want to bring to the table that's not been addressed or not been addressed to satisfaction, now's the time.
I did have one or two things. And I appreciate staff and all their back and forth with me, but still not exactly where I want to be. And I may be a minority on this board and then that's fine. That would go away. But there are 2 or 3 things I'd like to put in front of the board and see if I don't know if a straw poll would be appropriate. It'd have to be an actual motion or just deliberation to see if there's any traction for it. One of them would be, and it's almost identical to the whole conversation about the C-stores and being careful that if somebody wants to do reasonable renovations or maintenance or things of this nature to their business, that they're forced to almost tear down their building and start over. And one of the requirements, if you're going to repave your parking lot or just resurface your parking, that triggers complete conformity. And I have a little bit of a concern about that. If anybody else has any concern that.
I would agree.
I understand your concern, but also I think we've got to move parking lots to where they have trees. I don't know how else to do that except for if you do something with the parking lot, let's add some trees.
And I understand that. And I think maybe a compromise would be that you need to bring the parking lot up to code to the degree practical. Because most projects I've worked on that are redevelopment projects, we've had no big problem adding some landscape island end caps and a few trees here and there and doing things generally meaning it. Where we run into problems is when you go over a certain number of parking spaces and you got to break the whole thing up into whatever, 30 or 40 space pods, and you've got existing site lighting and other things going on. It can get into a real challenge economically to make that work if all you're really doing is saying, my parking lot's falling apart and I want a new parking lot, but nothing else changed. So I don't have a problem putting some degree of trees in there saying degree practical. I just think if you say you got to bring the whole thing up to snuff, I think that's something that's going to become a burden and we'll be revisiting.
Christy, do you have a?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that there is a bit of clarification on that on the PDF page 428, which is 6-54. That speaks to non-conforming parking lots and the ability to expand, pave, repave, essentially the ability to do that and even increase it by up to 25% and meet essentially a lesser extent of some of those landscape requirements.
Can you refer us to that?
I didn't quite follow up.
6.3.5.
Yeah, 6.3.5, and that is page 6-54.
It's not on.
No, it's in the
PDF
base.
page, if you're on PDF, is page 426. Did you?
No, I mean, language such as that, it says if you're doing something like that, or if you've got a 20 lot or 20 space parking lot, you need to have 5 parking spaces that you don't have to turn the world upside down. If it's got it in there, I'm good with that.
Okay, great.
Did you get a chance to look at it?
I'll look at it.
Okay.
We've got it on record that the language is in there.
Okay,
So-
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Did you have something else, Lynn?
The code has in there several places where it talks about city drive requirements and things to do with traffic. And we talked previously about if it's a DOT road, DOT really should rule it. But the ordinance still, the way it's set up now, as an engineer, I'd have to go to DOT, get them happy, go to the city and get them happy. And sometimes they're going to tell me this.
Right.
And I have a concern about that if it is a DOT road, that we should primarily only have to follow DOT rules as far as access points and things of that nature on it. Now, it was pointed out, I think Chris said that the city's in the process of taking over a lot of DOT roads and bringing them into the city system. If I was working on a project and you said, hey, we've been talking to DOT for 3 months about taking this road over and it's going to be a city street the next X number of months, and you said, now you got to follow city rules, That makes sense to me. I can buy that, but if it's a road that is likely to remain DOT, I think there's going to be a lot of conflicts or potential conflicts with that.
And our Director of Engineering Services is here this evening, if Clint wants to come up to the microphone, but we did add some language in there about the number of driveways and things to address some of your concerns related to DOT roads so that they were matching. We have a very good relationship with our District 3 DOT group, and we meet with them every other month and discuss every project, permit, et cetera. I mean, we even talked about the code. They're aware of all of this going on here tonight. They've looked at it and they didn't have any real concerns to offer. But Clint, I don't know if you want to expand any on that, but I know that we work hand in hand with DOT on these projects.
Yes, that's correct. And as we develop our design and specifications manual, some of this will kind of get fleshed out. But majority of those SCDOT roads are your higher volume transportation roads. We're going to be looking at, as part of our design and specifications manual, we'll be looking at access management standards as well. And when we're talking about those kind of roads, we're going to essentially be following SCDOT's access guidelines anyway. So I think we'll be pretty consistent. I think there is an SCDOT road. They're ultimately going to control any kind of permitting activity on that. So we're going to have to coordinate with them and work with them.
Okay.
And what's the time frame on the design manual?
We are really getting into it now. We're probably looking at a 6 to 9 month type window.
Thank you. It's going to be shorter than that.
He's just putting bumpers on it. Okay.
How much shorter?
You good, Lynn?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Any other comments, questions? All right.
I mean,
I still have one. And Shannon probably knows what I'm going to say. The height thing still concerns me. To me, it is an infeasible request for certain project types. Not all, because all of them I do think it corresponds with. But
we've discussed it with our consultants.
We will see.
We've discussed it with our consultants, and I also talked about it with Commissioner Martinez, and this will be something that's going to be part of our 6-month review.
Yes.
And as soon as we have a project that has come to see us about under the new code, they're looking at the new code. We actually have 2, and they're reviewing the new code, and those will be 2 fairly significant projects that involve a lot of architecture, where we'll be able to look at the story versus the total height situation as part of those projects. And so it's definitely on our radar and probably the number one thing that we'll be looking at for review during our first 6 months.
Okay. We just had a project, not in Greenville, but in another place, and I tried to apply this and it did not work. So I'm putting that there for discussion in 6 months, because it probably will be one.
Well, these 2 projects are good, like I said, for test cases. And then, there's nothing that says we have to wait 6 months. If we get in, we start to have issues with the height.
Yeah.
That's something that we'll come back to you with immediately. It's not something that we'll wait on, just say, oh, well, we're going to wait 6 months. We're not doing that.
And I don't think it's every project type. I think it's very specific type.
Very specific type projects.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think that some of the reasons we're trying to rewrite an entire code today is because we didn't come back in the past and work with y'all through these issues. We're not going to do that this go round.
Okay. And then the standard, this standards 4.1.1 table, still, I think that just needs to be, as y'all work through it and put things into action, I'd like for this to be back on that review.
It will be, because what we want to do, and we've worked really hard with our development community, and I think this is important for neighborhoods too, is that we don't want to do anything that encourages having to do a scrape and replace on a site.
Right.
What we want to do is see adaptive reuse of buildings and have them reused on a site. And there's multiple benefits to the community of that. And so what we do not intend to do anything with a code that encourages that scrape and replace. And so again, if we're not finding that people can use this to do adaptive reuses, that will be back in front of you, because that is something that we're committed to. This building is an example of an adaptive reuse. And so that's what we want to see happen under our new code.
Those are my two.
So do we need to, with regard to fueling stations, the standards, non-conforming, have a shorter period than 6 months?
I would like those to be reflected back shorter than that, just because I do think
3 months?
the fueling station specifically, I think that's a pretty active question. So really, to me, that's just time for us to make sure we're understanding the request and getting.
I think that if you wanted to do 3 months for fueling station and to look at the adaptive reuses, I think we're going to need the 6 months on the height, because we're not going to see enough projects to really get a good answer on that.
I agree.
But I think the other three are something that you can ask the staff to return with in 3 months, and you could include it in a motion.
Which three? Fueling stations?
Or the fueling stations and the adaptive reuse standards.
Standards table?
Yes, correct.
Or the app?
It's the
4.11.
4.11 table, applicability.
So does the height, but I don't think we'll be ready for that in 3 months.
In the MX districts. And
But not in a 3-month review.
no, I think that's going to require just some practice.
I think it's going to require practice, and I think we're going to need 6 months to fully know the impact.
So the last thing is the Tyndall Avenue question.
Yeah, let's put that to bed.
Well, on the question before that, I'd like to see something too sooner on environmental sustainability suggestions. And, I think, again, this is a big thing, so we can take our time, but I'd like to see it, 3 months or sooner, just at least some ideas of what can we do with this code to help in that regard.
Would that sit more in the engineering standard side?
It is. We can bring ideas in 3 months. Being able to have code ready in 3 months is not doable.
Yeah, I think that'll start to show itself during the engineering code updates a little bit more than here maybe, right?
Yes, but we can meet with our GRAC committee, our Green Ribbon Advisory Committee that oversees sustainability for the city, go through our sustainability plan and at least come back to Planning Commission in 3 months with ideas. And then you can tell us what you would like us to continue to work on, or things that you're like, no, maybe not. But having actual code ready in 3 months will be difficult.
All right. Thoughts on Tyndall?
Well, I'll say about Tyndall, I think all of us that live near a corridor, and I think I'm going to have a big complex that's going to be essentially in my backyard because of this code, and I'm not thrilled about it, but I understand the feeling. But if you're near a corridor, I think things are going to change a little bit. I think the way staff has, tried to do the best they can on what they think is reasonable is pretty reasonable to me. And I'm okay with what they've recommended.
Thanks, Lynn. Looking at the map, just on Google Map, and seeing where Tyndall is, of course, adjacent to, perpendicular to Church Street, it looks like it's further within the community, with the commercial building being right there on Tyndall and on Church. And so if anybody was living 4 streets in, yeah, great. So if anybody was living at 32 or 34, right now they're looking at a house. Anybody on 22, 24, 26, of course, looking at commercial, and that's given, of course, it's probably changed. There might've been a house right there at that corner of Church and Tyndall. Putting a mix, not a mix there, but adding some commercial into that, I don't see it in terms of it adjacent to the other units there at the subdivision right next to it. I'm just, again, keeping the character of the community, the view, and overall, just, there is some type of historical value that's within that community. And so my opinion is it be R&A as it is. And because there's plenty of commercial that's going to come up Church Street, that's going to really scale in comparison to what's there right now. So that's just me, just based on how far it is within the street. If it was closer to Church, that's a different story. But,
So staff's saying RNB.
right.
Okay.
Mhm.
Is that what you mean? You said
Say
RNA.
RNA, which RNA requires lesser units, 4 units based on the square, up to 2,000 square feet. RNB, there's multiple units based on the square footage or the lot size. So that's my comment. So if it is A, you still have, again, that several units that could be put on the lot. But in terms of it adjacent to the homes on the right side of it, depending on how you're looking at it, that would be my concern. So just, yeah.
As for me, if the decision is between RNA, RNB, RNXB, I would remain with the staff's recommendation of RNB because it matches up to present zoning as best. Realizing that the site is being used as RNA today, but it is zoned today more comparable to RNB. I don't think the expansion to RNXB is warranted.
I'd agree with Jeff on that, and I think the RNB is a pretty reasonable transition from the RNXB to the PD.
Me too.
All right.
So if that's the case, we do nothing on that.
That's correct, because you would just be following staff's recommendation, which is already included.
All right. Any more conversation?
So you're saying that you're gonna make it, keep it the way it is, but put it under the new code? Is that what you're saying, the new zone? Is that what you're saying?
It's essentially a crossover zoning for what exists today.
But
It's
even-
like the like.
But even with the previous one or the current one, does it make it, again, a good zone for that lot? I mean, if I'm just switching over a title or label, then does that first initial label or title, was it initially even a good choice to even zone it like that under the current LMO?
Well, I think you're reducing you're telling a property owner that the property they bought under a current zoning has now been downzoned.
But she's requesting for RNA, correct?
She's requesting an RNXB.
Oh, RNXB.
Her neighbors.
Her neighbors are requesting an RNA.
Well, okay.
I didn't think you had the way.
It's a lot.
That makes the chiefs more.
I don't think, in my opinion, we can't downzone her from, okay. Okay.
So with regard to a motion, we need to do 2 separate motions, correct?
Yes, please.
Are you doing it?
I will.
Let's go.
Oh,
Do you have anything else?
One on the map. And, yeah.
yeah, so there was also talk, I think last time about sidewalks and all that stuff. Can we also see that in sooner than 6 months? But I may just not remember what y'all said about.
What is that reference to, Derek?
Sidewalks, and making sure that with new development, that there's plenty of buffer between roads and sidewalks. We talked about that
Wouldn't that be in
last
the
time,
design?
It's part of the EDSM, which you're going to get later this summer.
later this summer. Okay.
Yes, yes, later this summer.
Let's not committing to that.
Mr. Lin-
It's only May, Clint. It's only May.
I think he took his hearing aids out.
Okay, so we just need to note that obviously we'll focus on the sidewalk conversation as part of that.
Yes, the sidewalk conversation will be included as part of the EDSM. And when I see the EDSM, that's the Engineering Design and Specifications Manual.
Okay.
I'm saying that just for my communications team. They will be happy when I start explaining my acronyms.
Okay.
But we don't need to have anything part of the motion with regard
Nope,
to that.
it'll be part of the Engineering Design and Specs Manual.
So I would just like to thank everybody. This has been a really nice example of civil discourse. And I think a lot of communities just don't have that anymore. And I know this is tough, but I think it's really nice that people can talk about these things and not get upset and not lose control. I tell this story about supposedly this guy visits his neighbors and all they do is complain about construction and traffic and noise and cheap housing being built. And the next thing they complain about is their kids can't move back to the city because they can't afford to live there. And that's where we are. We're balancing these two things. And all this, I think, does the best job we can with it. And with the affordable housing, the only solution I heard suggested tonight can't work. We're trying, we've got to stop gentrification. And I think this is our best bet to do it. So thank you again, everybody, for coming. But I look forward to this.
Thank you, Derek. Anybody else?
Yes.
Go ahead, Pam.
Thank you, community, residents, businesses, homeowners, renters, whoever you are who came here and to speak in opposition or for what we're trying to do here. I just want you, I've always wanted to make sure that people understand that we're just as human as you are. We have great concerns about our communities, our homes, our backyards, where we shop, where our kids go to school, whether there's a red light, a crossing light, or a stop sign or something. I just want you to understand that. Even though we're sitting up here and we're listening and we may not be emotional, there's a lot of emotion that's happening also on the inside. There's a lot that we have to go to. We understand that just as you all are looking at this as a tedious, overwhelming thing, the same thing has happened to us. And those are the things that we articulate and we talk to the staff about. How do I process this and work and have, treat my family with all the attention that they need and still have to go through this? How do I manage my time to make sure that your voices are heard, that we're taking your information? We got notes, we got pads, it is like nonstop, red ink, blue highlighters, all of that. And we still have to figure out, like Meg and I were just talking about, that our weekends are given to this so that we're ready and we're able to listen with clarity. I represent my community and other communities as well. I don't represent myself, my own opinion. But certainly for those who are having issues with this whole code, we all have had concerns. That's why we're up here. And sometimes we struggle with being able to make decisions based on that. And stop me, Meg, if I need to stop. But sometimes just how do we struggle? Just like right now with that Tyndall, I want to be able to see that the decisions that I make in concert with the other commissioners, that it is thoughtful and we're looking beyond ourselves. There's things that we can't control. We say affordable housing, we say workforce housing, but we don't think about low-income housing. There's people represented here who want us to say more about low-income housing than just affordable housing, which is, there's some of us who can't even afford affordable housing if we're living within the city, if you look at it. So it's a bigger issue. No, all these planning and codes will not be able to accommodate the need for affordable housing or low-income housing. It will not stop gentrification like we needed to as a bleeding wound, but it'll do something. It has to do something. And either you can be a person who can help to make those solutions by coming to the table, contacting the staff, sitting down and making those suggestions within your community, or you can continue to talk and foster some negativity. What are the answers that you want to bring to your community and to other people who are having issues with trying to understand this? I've gone to neighborhood associations, just like with Edward and the staff and Barrett and all of them, and tried to articulate this. And then even for them to say, well, did we do a good job? How do we need to really dissect this so that people can understand it better? And you know what? You can chew it up as much as you want to, but some people are still going to choke on it. It is difficult and it's arduous. But if anything, it's going to make, like Shannon said tonight, a much better view of how we're developing our city. It really is. I've been here, I'm in transit from New York, and been here since 84, when I was 2 years old. No, I'm kidding. But anyway, I just want everybody to understand that some things that have to take, it takes time. And if you're willing to be a part of that process as an agent of change, and I know that sounds like a corny word, but as an agent of change, by partnering with other people who are helping with the process, then do so. Everybody's opinion matters. I don't care if it sounds crazy or off the wall, or just educating ourselves, period, about this in the language and terminology. That's the most smart thing for anybody to do. And I'm gonna stop talking. So, but thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Okay.
I'll make a motion. I make a motion to recommend the city council approval of Z-1-2023A, an application by the city of Greenville to adopt a new City of Greenville Development Code to replace Chapter 19 Land Management Ordinance of the current Code of Ordinances in the city of Greenville, along with one, proposed April 28th staff modifications, two, a mandatory review period of 6 months, at 6 months, 12 months, and every 12 months thereafter. As number three, a 3-month review of those items related to fueling stations and associated non-conforming uses in the standards table 4.1.1.
Second.
Did you say 6 months and then again in 6 months? Okay.
At 6 months, at 12 months,
Okay.
and every 12 months thereafter.
And can you restate number 3 for me?
Say that again?
Can you restate number 3 for me?
A 3-month review of those items related to fueling stations and associated non-conforming uses and standards table 4.1.1.
We have a second on the table.
Second.
All right, vote by roll call.
Diane Aldridge. Mike Martinez.
Yes.
Lynn Soulsby.
Yes.
Jeff Randolph.
Yes.
Derek Underlin.
Yes.
Pam Adams.
Yes.
And Meg Terry.
Yes.
Motion is approved 7-0.
We have B. B. Okay, got one more. Go ahead, Jeff.
I'll make a motion that we recommend the city council to approve Z-1-2023B, application by the city of Greenville to adopt a new official zoning map and replace the current official zoning map for the city of Greenville, along with one, the proposed April 28th staff modifications, and two, a mandatory review period of 6 months, at 12 months, and every 12 months thereafter.
Second.
Vote by roll call.
Diane Aldridge.
Yes.
Mike Martinez.
Yes.
Lynn Soulsby.
Yes.
Jeff Randolph.
Yes.
Derek Underlin.
Yes.
Pam Adams.
Yes.
And Meg Terry.
Yes.
Motion is approved 7-0.
All right. With that, is there any other business?
If I could, just one moment, I would really just like to have a moment of personal privilege to thank everybody. It really is important. And I think that we have a better code and a better map for every contribution that was made. And so please, regardless of where you fall in this, just know that a piece of you and your fingerprint is on this code and this map. And at this time, I'd like the planning staff to take a standing ovation because they deserve it. And thank you. And thank you to y'all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. If there's no further business, we will adjourn.